So, hello everybody. Welcome to this marathon revision program that we are starting at Valat. If by any chance you have not been preparing very well, no problem. With this marathon revision, we'll catch up and you'll do well. So today with me, we have Aksa and Kuriakos. She is a very much sought after faculty at Valat, a brilliant scholar. And we also have all our students on Zoom from Trivandrum and Ernakulam offline batches as well as the online batch. So they are all going to answer on Zoom, while all of you friends on YouTube, you can answer in the comment box. Okay, so don't worry, it will be awesome. In case there are questions that you don't know, no problem. Like us, you are also learning with us. We are also learning. And in case questions are very simple, rest assured, in the exam, they will ask tougher questions. No problem. All right. So, dear friends, shall we move on? Aksa, we are following sure shot authors, right? We have looked at all the previous question papers, and in recent years, what are the trendy authors? That is what we are following. So, Aksa, we are starting from Chaucer. Do you know, Aksa, did Chaucer write ABC or ABC of reading? I am sure our students will tell us. Did Chaucer write an ABC or ABC of reading? Yes. Our brilliant students are answering. What is that, Aksa?
ABC.
And ABC is by Chaucer. ABC of reading is by Ezra Pound. Right. Right. So there are such brilliant characters in Canterbury Tales. We all know most of them. So who is a manly man to be an abbot able? I'm just asking simple questions to start off. Yes, that is indeed the monk. A manly man to be an abbot able. Did you know, guys, Paolo Pasolini made a movie called The Canterbury Tales? He also made Decameron, which recently appeared in Netflix, wasn't it? I watched it, whether it was Netflix or Prime. I don't know. Did you watch it? Right. So, Netflix. Pasolini's trilogy it is. We have Decameron, Arabian Nights, and the Canterbury Tales. Aksa, would you like to ask a few questions from Chaucer?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. So tell me, when was Chaucer born? For us, very simple question to start with. When was he born? In 1340. Yes, that is correct. Which is the genre in which he used to write? There is this one genre which is associated with Chaucer. It is dream allegory. He's known for his dream allegories. He's associated with dream allegories. Now tell me, can you name one of the dream allegories? The first work or one of the dream allegories. Book of Duchess is one. Yes, correct. Book of Duchess is one of that. Yes. So in all the dream allegories, will there be a guide? Is that true? Will there be a guide in a dream allegory? That is true. Correct. Yes. Yes. Okay.
Right. Roman de la Rose was the French dream allegory that he translated as well. Roman de la Rose. In English, Middle English, it is called Romaunt of the Rose. And Rose, dream allegories were set in gardens, right, Aksa?
Yes.
Right. Dream allegories were set in gardens, and there are many dream allegories that came later. Can you name some of them? We have The Pilgrim's Progress, Pius the Plowman, right? Even there are elements of dream allegory in James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake. Good. Right. Today, this is a marathon. We have to cover the entire British literature in 2 hours. So we are not stopping with every author a lot. Still, which contemporary of Chaucer is mentioned by him in Troilus and Cresside? Yes, it is John Gower. John Gower is called O Moral Gower by Chaucer, right? What are the important works of Gower? He wrote in French. Aksa, would you like to tell them about it?
He wrote in French, Latin, and English. His French work is called
Meditatus.
Speculum Meditatus. His Latin work is called Vox Clementis. Now tell me which of his works is about the farmers' revolt?
Yeah, the Peasants' Revolt, correct.
Yes, the peasants' revolt. Yes, it is in Vox Clementis. Now, the work which he wrote in English is Confessio Amantis. Confessio Amantis, yes. In which of his works do we have the presence of the seven deadly sins? In Confessio Amantis, that is correct. Yes.
Right. Wonderful. Uh, I think let us move on to Shakespeare now, because I'm fascinated by the amazing adaptations of Shakespeare, Aksa. I'm sure everybody knows who wrote Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. Two courtiers flipping coins on the stage. It is Tom Stoppard. Is there an adaptation of Shakespeare written by Margaret Atwood? Is there an adaptation of Shakespeare by Margaret Atwood? Yes, Hagseed and also Gertrude Talks Back. Hagseed was an adaptation of The Tempest. Aksa, do you remember any other adaptation? Maybe you remember Nutshell.
Yes, Nutshell.
Nutshell
Nutshell is an adaptation of which work?
Hamlet, correct. Nutshell is by
Hamlet.
Ian McEwan, correct. And Aksa, they are also talking about Lear by Bond, Edward Bond. They are
Yes.
brilliant, they know all these. And they are also talking about Une Tempête by Amy Césaire. Okay, let me ask you a
There is
tell me, Aksa.
There is also one work by Edward Bond where Shakespeare is a very annoying landlord. It is in Bingo, that is correct.
Edward Bond's Bingo also. Lear and Bingo. Correct. Let me ask you a tougher question. Which woman novelist wrote 1,000 Acres, which is a retelling of King Lear? 1,000 Acres. I have told you this long time ago. It's a Pulitzer Prize winning novel by Jane Smiley. Jane Smiley, correct. Jane Smiley wrote 1,000 Acres. Okay, do you remember who wrote Caliban upon Setebos? That's a poem. Caliban upon Setebos. Do you remember, Aksa? They are telling us the answer also.
It is Browning.
Robert Browning wrote Caliban upon Setebos. Have you heard of Terry Pratchett, an American writer of contemporary times? He wrote Discworld series, isn't it? Yeah, Terry Pratchett has written a parody of Macbeth called Weird Sisters, WYRD. Okay, doesn't matter if you don't remember, they might not ask. I came across this amazing Indian writer, Preeti Taneja. She wrote an adaptation of Lear called We That Are Young. Because it is Indian, maybe it is better to remember. Preeti, easy to remember. Preeti wrote about King Lear. And Preeti is a very young girl, okay, writing about old man King Lear. Now, will you remember? Preeti Taneja, even if you don't remember entirely, doesn't matter. Young girl Preeti, We That Are Young, is writing about old man Lear. All right. Now, this one you might know. Shylock is my name. Shylock is my name. That is right. Many of you remember. He is Howard Jacobson, the author. Shylock is my name is by Howard Jacobson. Okay. There is I will give you an easy question. Barry Unsworth was a Booker Prize winning writer. Okay. Barry Unsworth won a Booker Prize. And he also wrote The Quality of Mercy. Can you tell me which play is adapted in that novel, The Quality of Mercy? Easy peasy, na? It is Merchant of Venice. because Merchant of Venice also talks about mercy. Portia talks about mercy, remember? Okay. There is an LGBTQ writer that all of you know for another work. She wrote about a fruit, but it is not about a fruit, it's about her coming out experience. She wrote A Gap of Time, which is a reworking of Winter's Tale. That's right, Kushi. Who is that? A Gap of Time. The Gap of Time is by Janet Winterson. Janet Winterson. Okay, Aksa, would you like to ask 3 questions on Shakespeare? We have that much time left.
Yes, okay. I'll ask a few questions from Shakespearean criticism then. Yes, okay. Now tell me, who wrote What Happens in Hamlet? Is it Dover Wilson or is it Wilson Knight? It is Dover Wilson. It is Dover Wilson. Okay.
Trying to
Now
cheat
tell
by
me,
showing us indication.
it is Dover Wilson. Okay, I'll give you a simple question. Who wrote Hamlet and Oedipus? Hamlet and Oedipus? It is Ernest. It is
Joe.
Ernest Jones. It is Ernest Jones. Okay. Now tell me, who wrote Shakespeare's imagery and what it tells us? Who wrote Shakespeare's imagery and what it tells us? Is it Caroline Spurgeon or is it Catherine Mansfield? It is Caroline Spurgeon. Yes.
Hamlet
Now,
in
would you like
Purgatory. Hamlet in Purgatory. I just remembered that. Yeah, that is Greenblatt.
Stephen Greenblatt?
Correct. Shall we move on to Ben Jonson, Aksa?
Yes.
Yes. Do you know, guys, Ben Jonson's Sons of Ben was a group. They were called the Sons of Ben, and there are so many writers in Sons of Ben, that we don't even know. But Cavalier poets called themselves Tribe of Ben. Sons of Ben also they are called, but technically, correctly speaking, Sons of Ben is a bigger group of 11 playwrights. Richard Brome, Thomas Nabbs, Henry Glapthorne. Don't worry, you don't have to, worry about this now. Thomas Killigrew, Sir William Davenant, many writers that we don't even know are there. Okay, but Cavalier poets also called themselves Tribe of Ben or Sons of Ben. So that means Robert Herrick, Richard Lovelace, John Suckling, and Thomas Carew. They are the Cavalier poets. Okay, so Ben Jonson had a stage designer. Who was that? Ben Jonson had a Indigo Nahi, maybe that is autocorrect. Inigo Jones, and Inigo Jones. Yeah, he was Ben Jonson's stage designer. Aksa, your questions?
Yes. Okay. Now, what is the subtitle of his work titled Epicene? What is the subtitle of Epicene? The Silent Woman. Yes. Where do we have a character called Love Wit? Where do we have the character called Love Wit? It is in The Alchemist. It is in Alchemist. That is correct. Yes.
Yeah, in The Alchemist, the plague is going on. Lovett has a big house. He leaves that house in the care of Jeremy, his servant, who is also called Face. And Face starts cheating people, and he brings home one subtle, and he is cheating people by saying, I have the philosopher's stone, I can make you wealthy, I can make you young. And people like Sir Epicure, Mammon, etc. are cheated. That is the story of Alchemist. Many times they ask this question, these questions from Alchemist and Epicene. Okay, Aksa. Any more?
Yes. Okay, tell me, where do we have these legacy hunters called captators? It is from a work of Ben Jonson. It is from Volpone. That is correct. Volpone. What is the subtitle of Volpone? Volpone or the Fox? Yes.
I think in the previous exam, they asked about Corbaccio Corvino. The captatores or the legacy hunters include Corbaccio, who represents the raven. My code is Corbaccio, where there is C, bird is raven. Corvino, where there is V, it is crow. VC, CV. Okay. And also, Sir Lady Politic would be Voltor or Vulture. These are all the legacy hunters. Yes. And there was a PYQ long ago about Volpini worshipping gold. Remember? Okay, there are only two virtuous characters in Volpini actually, Celia and Bonario. Celia and Bonario. All right. Now, do you know who wrote 100 Sun-Dry Flowers? The Adventures of Master F.J. Do you know? And he also wrote Supposes. Now you know. He also wrote The Steel Glass. Gascoigne. George Gascoigne wrote The Steel Glass. George Gascoigne wrote Supposes. 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 George Gascoigne also wrote 100 Sundry Flowers. 100 Sundry Flowers. That means variety of flowers. Gascoigne drank steel glass and looked at a variety of flowers. Will you remember now? Always make a visual image out of it. Then you will remember. Gascoigne is drinking from a steel glass and looking at 100 sundry flowers. Okay? And he wrote The Adventures of Master F.J. The Adventures of Master F.J. All right. They might ask because Gascoigne is a sure short author. Now let us come to another writer. Let me ask you this. This writer wrote Devotions upon Emergent Occasions. Tell me who is the writer? Devotions upon. So he's a devotional writer. Devotions upon Emergent Occasions. He also wrote love elegies, satires. That's right, holy sonnets. It is indeed John Donne. John Donne wrote songs and sonnets. That was a very common title for poetry collections at that time. John Donne is an important writer. He wrote a poetry collection including a lot of love elegies and sonnets. It's called Songs and Sonnets. He wrote 19 holy sonnets. And remember, John Donne wrote devotions. He was also a devotional writer. He wrote holy sonnets, right? So devotions upon emergent occasions. When some occasions came, he would write about it. Don't you know, John Donne wrote metaphysical conceits. What is a conceit? A conceit is like a metaphor, but a conceit is a far-fetched comparison. Aksa, do you remember who said a conceit is heterogeneous ideas yoked by violence together? It is Dr. Jonson, yes. Dr. Jonson said heterogeneous ideas yoked by violence together. He was not appreciative of, metaphysical conceits. And do you remember some of the poems, Aksa? You can ask about some of Ben Jonson's poems.
Yes. So ma'am was talking about Donne's Holly Sonnets. What is the other name of the Holly Sonnets? There are 19 Holly Sonnets in total. What is the other name of the Holly Sonnets? Yes, it is also called Divine Meditations, correct. In which of the poems by John Donne does he talk about the mixing of blood in a fly? It is in the flea. It is in the flea, yes.
F-L-E-A.
Yes, it is F-L-E-A, flea. Busy old fool, unruly son. This is the opening line of? Yes, it is the opening line of The Sun Rising. That is correct.
Right.
In which poem does John Donne talk about how lovers become like saints in poems? Please don't disturb us, we are in love. In which poem does he talk about it like that? Yes, it is in the Canonization.
Aksa, he was never so polite. He said, for God's sake, hold your tongue and let me love. Right. Okay, let me ask you some questions. In which poem does he talk about he and his lover lying on a garden or something on the earth, and he's saying that it's like a pillow on a bed. He is lying on a pregnant bank. Yes, it is in the ecstasy, where he's talking about the relationship between body and soul. Okay, we all know about valediction forbidding mourning. Do you know about valediction of weeping? Valediction of weeping. The speaker is going somewhere and he and his beloved are sharing a last embrace before he's going on the long voyage. And the speaker is reflecting and saying that while your head is on my chest, let me shed my tears. That is how he is beginning it. Valediction of weeping. Then there is another poem, Air and Angels. I first came across this poem in a question paper only. Air and Angels. Here also he's talking about spiritual and material love. Air and angels, spiritual and material. Angels are spiritual, air is something physical. Okay, so Air and Angels is by John Donne. And there is also the famous poem, No Man is an Island, where he is saying that all human beings are connected to the rest of humanity. What does John Donne say? No man is an island. None of us is like an island, individual and separate from others. We are all connected to the mainland. That is what he is saying. Okay? No man is an island. It is also the title of a novel. And in this famous poem, go and catch a falling star, get with child a mandrake root. What is John Donne saying? John Donne is saying, go do weird things, supernatural things, whatever you want, you do, but you cannot find a woman who is faithful in love. So here he is satirically talking about the traditional misogynistic theme of women's unfaithfulness. Okay, that is a poem. Go and it's a song, correct? It's a song. Go and catch a falling star, get with child a mandrake root. And recently, I saw in a question paper, John Donne's The Apparition. The Apparition by John Donne. Here, the speaker is a heartbroken and furious lover. Okay, The Apparition by John Donne. He is a heartbroken, furious lover. He says he is going to take revenge on his beloved. The Apparition by John Donne. Visualize all this, then it will be easy to remember. John Donne is like an apparition. Suddenly from somewhere he is coming and saying something that he wouldn't otherwise say. Usually he says, I love you so much, come, let's make love, etc. In apparition, from somewhere he is coming and saying, oh, I'm going to take revenge on my lover. Oh my God. Yeah, okay. Now, last but not the least, there is a poem, At the Round Earth's Imagined Corners. That's a beautiful, holy sonnet. At the round earth's imagined corners. Earth is round. He always talked about geology, geography, chemistry, physics. Like that he talked. Very interdisciplinary poet he was, right, Aksa?
Yes.
Okay.
He even talked about medicine as well. He used exam conceits from medicine,
Medicine.
from astrology, etc.
Yes. Interdisciplinary lover. Yes. Right. Now I would like to move on to Edmund Spenser. Shall I, Aksa?
Yes.
Edmund Spenser invented what everybody knows. He invented a 9-lined stanza. It is called the Spenserian stanza. Already there was Ottava Rima, 8-lined stanza, and he added one long Alexandrine to it, and he wrote the Fairy Queen in Spenserian stanza. Fairy Queen shows Protestantism, patriotism. It praises Queen Elizabeth's Tudor reign, isn't it? Aksa, would you like to ask?
Yes. So tell me, which work of Spenser was dedicated to Sir Philip Sidney? Which work was dedicated to Philip Sidney? This was published in a pseudonym, Emerito. Yes, it is the Shepherd's Calendar. The Shepherd's Calendar, which came out in 1579. Yes, tell me, when was Fairy Queen published in 3 books? It was in 1590. When was it published in 6 books? In 1596. Yes.
Brilliant. Yes. And Spenser wrote Amority. It was published along with Amority is a sonnet sequence published along with Epithalamion. That's right. We are just going over all these things. I'm sure everybody knows. And Epithalamion, uske baad, next year, what did he write? Something like that similar? Prothalamion. And he wrote 4 hymns. 4 hymns. Do you know the title of the 4 hymns? Pagan Love, Pagan Beauty, Heavenly Love, Heavenly Beauty. He also wrote a collection of 9 poems called Complaints. Complaints. Edward Young also wrote Complaints, right, Aksa? The transitional poet Edward Young
Yes.
also wrote Complaints or Night Thoughts on Life, Death, and Immortality. Spenser wrote Complaints, which includes Ruins of Time, Tears of the Muses, and Prosopopoeia, or Mother Hubbard's Tale. Ruins of Time, Tears of the Muses, and also Prosopopoeia. Big line, right? Big word. It means personification. It is subtitled Mother Hubbard's Tale. Okay. Was Spenser influenced by Virgil? Say true or false. Was Spenser influenced by Virgil? Yes. Spenser was influenced by Virgil's epic Aeneid as well as Virgil's Eclogues and Georgics. Right. Virgil wrote Eclogues and Georgics also. That's right. Correct. Now, if you are interested, I am willing to tell you the names of all the 6 knights in the 6 books of the Fairy Queen. In the first book, Red Cross Knight, representing holiness. Second book, Guyon, Shepherd's Calendar, is dedicated to Philip Sidney. Now we are talking about the 6 books. Red Cross Knight, representing holiness. Second book is Guyon, temperance. Third book is Britomart, chastity. Fourth book is Tymon and Campbell, friendship. Fifth book is Artegall, justice. And sixth book represents, sixth book includes the adventures of Calidore, courtesy. Okay, Aksa, you ask me questions about the 6 knights, I will answer.
Yes. Which knight represents temperance?
Guyon. Sir Guyon,
Yes.
of temperance, Guyon.
In which book is chastity represented as a knight?
1, 2, 3.
It is in 3. What is the name of this knight?
Britomart.
Britomart, yes. Who represents justice?
Calidore is courtesy,
Justice.
before that Artegall, justice.
Yes, it is
Calidore is
Artegall.
courtesy, before that Artegall, justice.
Yes.
I wanted to say that Britomart is Britomart, Belphoebe, Mercia. These are all characters representing the Fairy Queen, Gloriana. Same, different names. Yeah.
What is the title of the book that talks about friendship? The 2 knights who represents friendship?
The 4th book, Tymon and Campbell.
Yes, it is Tymon and Campbell.
Right. Thank you. Okay. Now, are you enjoying, everybody? You have to tell us in the chat box. Are you enjoying? Right. Good. All right. Now let us move on to Spenser's dedicatee, Philip Sidney. Shall we, everyone? Philip Sidney wrote a critical treatise, Apology for Poetry or Defense of Poesy. Philip Sidney wrote a sonnet sequence, Astrophel and Stella. He wrote a prose romance, The Countess of Pembroke's Arcadia, isn't it? Yeah. Did Sidney ever mix up poetry and prose? Did he mix up genres? Yes. In Arcadia, he does mix up genres, right? That's right. Now, in which year was Apology for Poetry published? It was posthumously published. It is in 1595. Okay, Aksa, your turn.
Yes. Which is the sonnet sequence by Philip Sidney? It is Astrophel and Stella. Tell me, how many sonnets are there in the sequence?
PYQ.
There are 108 sonnets and 11 songs in Astrophel and Stella. Yes. Okay. Tell me, Someone wrote a work titled School of Abuse, to which Philip Sidney wrote Defense of Poetry or Apology for Poetry. Whose work was it? It was Stephen Gosson wrote School of Abuse. When was it published? When was School of Abuse published? In 1579. Yes. In
Same year.
1579.
That is the same year as the Shepherd's Calendar.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do you know who wrote Whoso List to Hunt? It was a poem about Anne Boleyn, Queen Anne Boleyn. Whoso List to Hunt. It is indeed by Thomas Wyatt. Thomas Wyatt also wrote They Flee From Me, another poem. Right. Whoso list to hunt and they flee from me. Which poet addressed his sonnets to Celia? Celia. Celia is Ben Jonson. Delia is Samuel Daniel. Delia is Samuel Daniel. Celia is Ben Jonson. Geraldine is Earl of Surrey. Earl of Surrey addressed his sonnets to Geraldine. Okay. Do you remember who wrote Lycia? Giles Fletcher. Giles Fletcher. That's right. Do you know which poet at this time translated books 2 and 4 of Aeneid? Which poet at this time translated books 2 and 4 of Aeneid? It is indeed Henry Howard, the Earl of Surrey. Henry Howard, the Earl of Surrey. Okay. Which famous revenge tragedy of this time depicted a man first going mad, then he is pretending to be mad? Indeed, it is the Spanish tragedy. The Spanish tragedy. Do you know the name of the play within the play in Spanish tragedy? The play within the play? Soliman and Persida. Soliman and Persida. 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 Somebody was suggesting Pyramus and Thisbe. Do you know in which play do we have Pyramus and Thisbe? Yes, it is in A Midsummer Night's Dream. A Midsummer Night's Dream. Can we say that Spanish tragedy is about the theme of Protestant versus Catholic justice? Yes, it is indeed. Now let us go on to John Milton. Shall we, Aksa?
Yes.
John Milton was born from 1608 to 16. His lifespan 1608 to 1670.
74.
Okay, Aksa, your turn.
Yes. So tell me, which is this famous work of John Milton that we are familiar with? It is Paradise Lost. Yes. What was the first initial title that was planned for Paradise Lost? It is Adam Unparadised. Adam Unparadised. Paradise Lost was published in 10 books in 1667, in 12 books in the year in which he died, 1674. Yes. Tell me the two works which were published in 1671. The two works published in 1671, Samson Agonistes and Paradise Regained. Yes. Which of his works is a closet drama? Which work of Milton is a closet drama? Samson Agonistes is a closet drama. Yes.
All right. In Paradise Lost, there is something called theodicy. Do you know what that is? Theodicy. It means justifying the ways of God to man. Theodicy is the Christian idea that he's using. You remember the professed aim of Paradise Lost is to justify the ways of God to man. Theodicy. Will you remember that? Good. Now, tell me who wrote the Tenure of Kings and Magistrates? The Tenure of Kings and Magistrates. It is Milton, of course. It is Milton. How many divorce tracts did Milton write? 4 divorce tracts is correct. Did Milton subvert epic conventions? Subvert means what? Overturn or go against. Yes, changed. Correct. He did, by making Satan look like the hero of Paradise Lost. Who said Milton was the devil's party without knowing it? William Blake, indeed. William Blake. Did Milton use Latinate syntax? Yes, that is a very important feature of his grand style. And who wrote the book Milton's Grand Style? Christopher Ricks is right. Okay, over to John Milton. Tata, Milton. Over to John Dryden. What did John Dryden write based on Milton's Paradise Lost? It is The State of Innocence, an opera. He wrote The State of Innocence, an opera. Over to you, Aksa.
Yes. Tell me, which is the first major poem by Dryden? It is about another person. He was the ruler of the protectorate. It is heroic stanzas on the death of Oliver Cromwell. Heroic stanzas on the death of Oliver Cromwell. Yes. Which of his titles means justice restored? Which of the titles of Dryden means justice restored? It is Astrea Redux. Astrea Redux. Which is the Annus Mirabilis of Dryden? It is, I'm asking about the year. The Annus Mirabilis, 1666. When was the work Annus Mirabilis published? In 1667. That is the year in which other work was published? Paradise Lost in 10 books. Yes, correct.
Okay, did Dryden translate Virgil, Ovid, Lucretius? Yes, in Fables, Ancient and Modern. When was Preface to the Fables published? In the year he died, 1700. That's right. A satire upon sedition. A satire on sedition is the subtitle of The Medal. Correct. That is a satire. Absalom and Achitophel, The Medal, and Macflecknoe. Aksa?
The medal is subtitled A Satire Against Sedition.
Again, not upon. I was thinking, what is wrong? A satire against sedition. Correct. And what is the subtitle of Macflecknoe? A satire upon the true blue Protestant poet T.S. A satire upon the true blue Protestant poet T.S. Okay, which contemporary of Dryden wrote The Old Bachelor, Love for Love? I think it is a Restoration comedy writer, isn't he, Aksa?
Yes.
The Old Bachelor, Love for Love. It is Congreve. It is Congreve. After Jeremy Collier attacked Congreve, he wrote The Way of the World. That was in 1700. Do you know the famous tragedy by Congreve? Only one is there, I think. It is The Mourning Bride. The Mourning Bride. Aksa, a couple of questions on Congreve?
Yes. So tell me, who wrote The Double Dealer? Who wrote The Double Dealer? That is William Congreve. Yes. It was published in 1694. 1694. Okay.
And
Where do we have...
And The Plain Dealer is by Shelley.
Yes.
Yes.
Where do we have the characters Mirabell and Millamant? It is in The Way of the World. When was The Way of the World published? In 1700. Yes. 1700. That is
Remember
correct.
the proviso scene in The Way of the World, the proviso scene or bargaining scene. Where is the China scene? China scene, it is in The Country Wife. Country Wife.
Does The Way of the World open in a chocolate house? Is that true? Yes, it happens in a chocolate house. Are they playing a card game in the beginning? Yes. Who are playing a card game? Mirabell and Fainall is playing a card game.
Right.
In the beginning. Yes.
Fainall is the villain. Okay. Let's move on to Alexander Pope. Alexander Pope wrote one book in 1728 and revised it in 1743. Do you know which is that book? It is the Dunciad, correct. The first edition attacked Louis Theobald. The second edition attacked Colley Cibber. All right. Alexander Pope was born in which year? The year of?
Glorious Revolution.
That's right. The 1688, the year of Glorious Revolution. Somebody died in that year. John Bunyan. John Bunyan died in that year. Right. Whatever is right. That is a line from which work of Pope? Whatever is right. Voltaire wanted to subvert it. It is Essay on Man, correct? Essay on Man. Which book started publication in two cantos and eventually had 5 cantos? It is in The Rape of the Lock that we have 5 cantos. Okay. In the 3rd edition of Rape of the Lock, somebody's speech was included in it. In the 3rd edition, 1717 edition. That is Clarissa's speech. Clarissa says women should have not only beauty, but also good sense. Okay, Aksa, just 2 questions from Alexander Pope and we'll move on.
Yes. From which work do we have the lines? A little learning is a dangerous thing. A little learning is a dangerous thing is a line from an essay on man or essay on criticism. Essay on criticism. Essay on criticism, yes. Is The Rape of the Lock a heroic comical poem? Is that true? Yes. Do you remember the name of the card game played in The Rape of the Lock? It is Ombre. Yes, correct.
Wonderful. Thank you. Now, next author is Jonathan Swift. If you guys want a break in between, always get up and go. Okay, nothing will happen if you miss 1 or 2 questions. You just take a break and just chill out for a few seconds and come back. They're already saying 1667. Jonathan Swift was born in 1667. Which of his books died in 1745? That's right. Which of his books was published in 1726? Yes, Gulliver's Travels. In which book is Jonathan Swift talking about the horror of poverty, and he is suggesting that people should, Irish people should sell their children as food. It is in a modest proposal. A modest proposal. In which book did he put a prolegomena or prologue called Battle of the Books? Which book had a prologue called Battle of the Books? It is A Tale of a Tub. A Tale of a Tub. Okay, Aksa, 2 questions.
Yes. What is the setting of the Battle of the Books? Where is it set? In the Royal Library of St. James. Yes. There are ancients and moderns. The ancients are led by Homer, and the moderns are led by Milton. That is correct. Yes. After writing one work, Swift said, "What a genius I had when I wrote that book." Which is this work? It is A Tale of a Tub. Yes, A Tale of a Tub. That is correct.
Right.
Is it a religious allegory? Is that true? Yes, A Tale of a Tub is a religious allegory. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, which of these writers was associated with the formation of the public sphere? Was it Jonathan Swift or Joseph Addison? Which of these writers was associated with the formation of the public sphere? Yes, indeed. Public sphere means that virtual or physical space where the public come together, share their opinions, and it is indeed in the realm of the periodicals that this happened, correct? Joseph Addison was criticized by whom as Atticus? By Pope, right? Who is the military man in the Spectator Club? Who's the military man in Spectator Club? Yes, that is Captain Sentry. The village gentleman is Sir Roger de Coverley. Then the ladies' man is Will Honeycomb. Then the merchant is
Andrew Freeport.
Andrew Freeport. That's right. Any questions, Aksa?
Yes. Tell me, the aim of Dash is to enliven morality with wit and to temper wit with morality. The aim of what? The aim of the spectator, yes, the aim of spectator was to enliven morality with wit and to temper wit with morality. That is correct. Yes. So, which was the blank verse tragedy of Addison? It is Cato. When was Cato published? 1713. 1713. That is the year in which Windsor Forest was published. Who wrote Windsor Forest? Pope. Yes.
All right. Now, let me ask you a question. Who created the character Imlac? It is Dr. Jonson, indeed, in Rasselas or the Prince of Abyssinia, which was his periodical that came on Tuesdays and Saturdays. It is the Rambler. That's right, the Rambler. Which of his books was published in 1755? The Dictionary, correct. Which of his books was published in 1781? That is Lives of the Poets, correct. When was Preface to Shakespeare published? 1765. And when was Boswell's Life of Johnson published? 10 years after Lives of the Poets, 1791. 1781 Lives of the Poets, 1791 Life of Johnson. Over to you, Aksa.
Now tell me, which of these authors is associated with the Idler and the Adventurer?
Idler.
Who is associated with the Idler and the Adventurer? It is Dr. Jonson. Yes.
Idler.
Idler. The Idler and the Adventurer. Which of his works is subtitled The Prince of Abyssinia? It is Rasselas. Is it an Oriental tale? Is Rasselas an Oriental tale? Yes, it is an Oriental tale. Correct.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. A philosophical inquiry into the origin of our ideas of the sublime and the beautiful. Who's the author? It is not Hume. A philosophical inquiry into the origin of our ideas of the sublime and the beautiful is by Edmund Burke. Indeed, it is by Edmund Burke. Edmund Burke talked about sublimity of terror. Sublimity of terror. That relates to affect theory, isn't it? Affect theory, terror and emotion. Right. Today we talk about affect theory. Right. Okay, since you said this man's name, who wrote an inquiry concerning human understanding? That is Hume. An inquiry concerning human understanding is Hume. An essay concerning human understanding is Locke. A treatise of human nature is also Hume. So which are the two works of Hume? An inquiry concerning human understanding, a treatise on human nature. An essay concerning human understanding is by John Locke. Philosophical inquiry into ideas of sublime and beautiful, Burke. Burke wrote something that led Thomas Paine and Mary Wollstonecraft to reply. What was that? Burke wrote Reflections on the Revolution in France. Reflections on the Revolution in France. Thomas Paine wrote Rights of Man, and Mary Wollstonecraft wrote A Vindication of the Rights of Men. Right. Good. Let us now ask questions on Goldsmith and Sheridan, Aksa.
Yes.
Goldsmith and Sheridan. Which of them wrote Deserted Village? Goldsmith. Before Deserted Village, there was a poem that he wrote. The Traveller. Correct. Aksa, would you like to ask? Goldsmith and Sheridan?
Yes. Okay, tell me which work of Goldsmith was published because Dr. Jonson asked him to publish it. Yes, it is The Vicar of the Wakefield. The Vicar of Wakefield. It was published in 1766. In 1766. Okay. Now tell me, which is the first play by Oliver Goldsmith? The first play by Goldsmith is The Good-Natured Man. The Good-Natured Man. Where do we have the character Sir William Honeywood? Sir William Honeywood is a character from The Good-Natured Man. Will Honeycomb is a character from Will Honeycomb. Is from the Spectator Club. Yes, that is correct. Okay. Which work of Goldsmith is subtitled The Mistakes of a Knight? The Mistakes of a Knight. It is She Stoops to Conquer.
Will you ask
She
from
Stoops.
Sheridan because we are running out of time?
Yes. Where do we have the character Captain Jack Absolute? Captain Jack Absolute is a character from The Rivals, performed in 1775. Yes. Okay, now tell me, where do we have a character called Sir Benjamin Backbite? Sir Benjamin Backbite is a popular character. He is from The School for Scandal. Yes, School for Scandal was performed in 1777. Okay.
All right. Let me ask you this. The Adventures of Roderick Random or The Expedition of Humphrey Clinker, which was these was first written? Yes, Roderick Random is his first major play. Tobias Smollett, Roderick Random, Peregrine Pickle, Ferdinand Count Fathom, Launcelot Greaves, and Humphrey Clinker, in that order. Dear friends, our encyclopedia is an amazing way to remember facts and details. I'm sure all of you who are used to the encyclopedia can attest to it. It is a wonderful way to remember. That's right. Okay, now tell me this law. Tobias Smollett was attacked as smell fungus by which other writer? Tobias Smollett was attacked as smell fungus by Lawrence Sterne, the author of Tristram Shandy. I'm sure, Aksa, you want to ask them when was Tristram Shandy published? It was 10 years after Tom Jones. 1759. Tom Jones is 1749. Aksa, Lawrence Sterne, Henry
Yes.
Fiction.
Tell me who wrote the work. It is a sermon, The Sermons of Mr. Yorick. The Sermons of Mr. Yorick. It is Lawrence Sterne. Yes, correct. Lawrence Sterne. Now tell me, is Tristram Shandy influenced by John Locke's idea of empiricism? Is that true? It is true. Tristram Shandy was influenced by the idea of empiricism. Yes. Who said nothing old will do long? Tristram Shandy did not last. Who said this? It is Dr. Johnson.
Yes, very good. So, where do you have the characters Blifil, Square, Black George? Indeed, it is in Tom Jones. Which book of Fielding was called a comic epic in prose? It is Joseph Andrews. Joseph Andrews. Does Joseph Andrews have the character Mr. Collins or Mr. Wilson? One of these characters is there. It is Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson turns out to be Joseph Andrews's father. And also Parson Adams is also there. Parson Adams. When was Fielding born? Fielding was born in 1707, the year of Act of Union. Okay, do you know the man who wrote a book on a building called Strawberry Hill? He wrote a lot of letters. He wrote a book called On Modern Gardening. Indeed, it is Horace Walpole. Horace Walpole, the author of The Castle of Otranto. His father, Robert Walpole, was a member of which club? Robert Walpole, Kit Kat Club. Aksa, at Valat, we have a special code to remember Kit Kat Club. Shall we tell you two babies?
Yes.
There is a wall, okay? That is Walpole. And on the wall, one son, that is Tonson. He is coming and standing near the wall like this and grieving. Congreve. And how is he grieving? Because that is Van Brugh. And why is he grieving? Because he got an addi. Addi in Malayalam means beating. Because that is Addison. And how did he get Addi? With a steel rod. Because that is steel. So how do you make him, pacify him, stop crying? How do you make him stop crying? Give him a Kit Kat. Now you two babies are saying, what? Say that again. We didn't get it. You can watch the video again. Or join Malat. Our admissions are going on. How clever of me. Okay, I'm sure many people did not like that. Okay, let me ask. 1757. Who was born? I have 6 more minutes. We have 6 more minutes. After that, Aksa is going to stay with you. 1757 is William Blake. I'm just cheating and going into Aksa's next. Aksa and Setu will do the next 1 hour, and I'm cheating and going into their area. Who was born in 1716? 1716 is Thomas Gray. Thomas Gray. 1759, same year as Tristram Shandy. Which, this poet, transitional poet was born? I think it is Robert Burns. If there is any doubt, you can ask them in the next 1 hour. I'm not party to this. Okay, William Cowper was born in 1731. 1731. Okay, which among them these writers wrote Kilmarnock volume? Kilmarnock volume. It is Burns, correct? Hey, it is Burns who wrote Kilmarnock volume. Who among them wrote the Task? The Task. Cowper, he wrote The Task, Diverting History of John Gilpin. He wrote something about insanity also. Right. I Sing the Sofa, William Cowper, isn't it? Who wrote Ode to Evening, Ode on a Poetical Character? William Collins, correct? Hai? And who wrote Castle of Indolence? That man wrote about the 4 seasons. That is indeed James Thomson. These are all the transitional poets. Who are the transitional poets? James Thomson, William Blake, Robert Burns, William Collins, William Cowper. Okay, if anybody is there who doesn't remember all these writers, no problem. You should watch this video again seriously, because just our marathon videos might help you pass. Pakka. Okay, so watch these videos again. There are 4 hours, 4 days or 5 days, right, Aksa? 5 days.
5 days.
5 days, 4 hours, so many hours. It's like a proper crash course. Okay, so this last minute help, I'm sure will help you all. And who wrote prophetic books? William Blake wrote prophetic books. He also wrote Lambeth books. Lambeth books. That's right. Lambeth books is also by William Blake. So that brings us to Dr. Sethu Lakshmi. Are you there? Sethu ma'am and Aksa ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Over to you. You should ask them whether they liked this session, okay?
Sure. Good evening, everyone.
I won't be listening.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Hope you are enjoying our marathon sessions. Hello, everyone. Yes. So, yeah, shall we continue? Are you all ready? Shall we continue? Yes. Yeah, we are getting a lot of responses from our participants here, saying they are enjoying it. Thank you, everyone. Yes. So let's continue. Yeah. I know you're so excited. Yes. So let me ask you this question. Who wrote The Castle of Otranto? Who wrote The Castle of Otranto? Yes. The Castle of Otranto by? Very good. Horace Walpole. Horace Walpole. And can you remember how does this tale ends? The tale ends with the... How does this novel ends? It is again an example of a Gothic romance. Yes. The tale ends with the marriage of Theodore and Isabella. Remember? Yes. Ends with the marriage of Theodore and Isabella. Yes. That's how this Castle of Otranto ends. And yeah. Who wrote Vathek? Who wrote Vathek? There is an alternate title to it. The History of the Caliph Vathek. Yes. And it was originally written in French language, that you need to remember. It was originally written in French language. Yes. And the work, which is subtitled An Arabian Tale. Yes. Beckford. Yes. Many answered right. William Thomas Beckford.
Yes, William Thomas Beckford. And who wrote The Mysteries of Udolpho? Who wrote The Mysteries of Udolpho? The Mysteries of Udolpho. That is again a work by, and that work made her the most popular novelist in England. And which is subtitled, the work is subtitled A Romance Interspersed with Some Pieces of Poetry. That's how it is subtitled. The Mysteries of Udolpho, written by Anne Radcliffe. Very good. And can you remember a work in which you can see a central character reads this work? Catherine Morland is the central character. Catherine Morland is a central character in Jane Austen's Northanger Abbey. Very good. And there you can see the central character who reads this work. Yes. Because this character, she is fond of reading Gothic romances. Catherine Morland. Yes, Catherine Morland. Very good. Then, who wrote The Monk? Who wrote The Monk? That is again a horror Gothic novel written by Matthew Gregory. Matthew Gregory. And here goes the easy question. What is the subtitle of Frankenstein? What is the subtitle of Frankenstein? Can you remember? What is the subtitle? Frankenstein, that got published in the year 1818, written by Mary Shelley. And there you can see she introduced this technique of frame narrative here. Yes, the modern Prometheus. The modern Prometheus. Very good. Modern Prometheus, that is the subtitle of Frankenstein. Can you remember the year of publication? Year of publication is again important. 1818. Yeah. And the epigraph of Frankenstein is taken from which work? The epigraph of Frankenstein is taken from which work? Can you remember? Yes, Paradise Lost by John Milton. See, you are answering a lot of questions. Yes, the epigraph is taken from Paradise Lost. Paradise Lost. Yes, very good. And yeah, then there is again a category which is known as postcolonial Gothic. Postcolonial Gothic that reimagines and recreates ways of being, seeing, and expressing so as to give voice to those who have largely been voiceless. So postcolonial Gothic that emerged in the later century. And here you can see White Sargasso Sea. That is again an example of a post-colonial Gothic work. Yes, White Sargasso Sea, there the central character is Antonita Cosby. And who wrote White Sargasso Sea? Jean Rice. Jean Rice. And this work can be considered as a prequel to Jane Eyre. Yes, Jane Eyre. And who wrote Gorillas? Who wrote Gorillas? There also you can see intertextual elements of Jane Eyre. Yes, Gorillas, that is again a work written by V.S. Naipaul. V.S. Naipaul. Yes, V.S. Naipaul. Yeah, there you can see intertextual elements of Wuthering Heights and Jane Eyre. Yes, very good. And who wrote Waverley? Who wrote Waverley? Who wrote Waverley? Waverley, which that got published anonymously. And Waverley novels, they are a long series of Scottish novels. That's the clue I can give you. Long series of Scottish novels. Yeah. So who wrote Waverley novels? And Waverley, that is again part of the series. Walter Scott. Walter Scott. And can you remember the year of publication? Can you remember the year of publication? Yes, 1814. And can you remember the subtitle? Can you remember the subtitle? And remember, it deals with the first Jacobite rebellion of 1745. Yes. It's 60 years since. Yes, it's 60 years since. Who wrote Ivanhoe? Who wrote Ivanhoe, which is set in 12th century? Setting is important, which is set in 12th century. Ivanhoe by Walter Scott. Walter Scott. Yes, and remember the legendary Robin Hood. appears as a character. Initially appearing under the name Locksley is a character here. Yes. Ivanhoe that got published in the year 1819. Ivanhoe that got published in the year 1819. And can you remember the subtitle of Ivanhoe? Can you remember the subtitle? Again, a PYQ. A romance. A romance. What is the subtitle of Kenilworth? Kenilworth, it's again another novel written by Walter Scott. And what is its subtitle? A romance again. And can you remember the setting? It is set in which century? Yeah, it is set in Elizabethan England. It is set in Elizabethan England. Yes. Very good. Shall we move on to early romantics? Are you ready? Yes. Very good. Are you enjoying the session? Are you able to answer these questions? Okay, if you have any doubts, you can submit in the chat box and we'll address this later. And who wrote? Yeah, who wrote The Borderers? That is the only play written by. Who wrote The Borderers? That is the only play written by. It is again a tragedy on the theme of guilt, crime, and punishment. That is the only play written by William Wordsworth. William Wordsworth. And can you remember the only play written by Jonson, Samuel Johnson? Yes. So many are answering. Answering yes. Irene. That is the only play written by. That is the only play written by Samuel Johnson. Which is the only play written by James Joyce? Which is the only play written by James Joyce? Exiles. Exiles. Yeah, Exiles, that is the title of the play written by James Joyce. Yes. So, who wrote The Mirror and the Lamp, which is subtitled Romantic Theory and the Critical Edition? There, the mirror, it refers to neoclassicism, and lamp, which is the projection, that refers to romanticism. And who wrote this work on romantic criticism, The Mirror and the Lamp? Who wrote Mirror and the Lamp? Are you submitting the answers? Are you submitting answers? Yes, M.H. Abrams. Very good. M.H. Abrams. M.H. Abrams wrote The Mirror and the Lamp. And the subtitle again is important. Romantic Theory and the Critical Tradition. Romantic Theory and the Critical Tradition. That is the subtitle. And suddenly I got reminded of another work. Who wrote Mirror and the Light? That is again part of a series. That is again part of a trilogy. Who wrote Mirror and the Light? Mirror and the Light. Wolf Hall, Bring Up the Bodies. They're part of a trilogy. Wolf Hall trilogy by Hilary Mantel. Yes. Hilary Mantel. Yeah, it's also known as Cromwell series. Very good. And can you remember the complete title of Lyrical Ballads? Can you remember the complete title of Lyrical Ballads? Lyrical Ballads. The first edition appeared in the year 1798. Then later Preface. Preface was added in the second edition of 1800. Yes. And enlarged in 1802. Yes. What is its complete title? Lyrical Ballads with a Few Other Poems. Lyrical Ballads with a Few Other Poems. That is the complete title. And can you remember, it consists of how many poems? Lyrical Ballads. It consists of how many poems? 23 or 26? 23 or 26? 23. 23 poems. 19 poems by Wordsworth and how many by Coleridge? 19 poems by Wordsworth and 4 by Coleridge. Yes, 4 by Coleridge. 4 by Coleridge. Yes, 23. How many chapters are there in Aristotle's Poetics? Yeah, 26. Very good. 26. 26 chapters. Yes. Who wrote Lucy Poems? Who wrote Lucy Poems? It is a series of 5 poems written between 1798 and 1801. Yeah. Wordsworth or Coleridge? Wordsworth or Coleridge? Who wrote Lucy Poems? Wordsworth. And who wrote Azra Poems dedicated to Sarah Hutchinson? Coleridge. Coleridge. And who wrote Matthew Poems? Who wrote Matthew Poems? Yes. Again by Wordsworth. Wordsworth wrote Matthew Poems. Yes. Wordsworth wrote Matthew Poems. Very good. Then, what is the subtitle of the Prelude? What is the subtitle of Prelude? It is written in blank verse. What is its subtitle? Growth of a Poet's Mind. That is its subtitle. And remember, it is addressed to Coleridge. Growth of a Poet's Mind. Yes, addressed to Coleridge. And it is written in blank verse. It is written in blank verse. Tintern Abbey. Is it written in blank verse or in Spenserian stanza? Tintern Abbey. Blank verse or Spenserian stanza? Blank verse. Very good. Blank verse. Frost at Midnight. Frost at Midnight. Who wrote Frost at Midnight? Coleridge. Very good. Is it written in blank verse or in Spenserian stanza? Frost at Midnight, Tintern Abbey, The Prelude, all these are written in blank verse. All these are written in blank verse. Yes, all these are written in blank verse. Very good. And which work of Wordsworth that got inspired by Henry Vaughan's Retreat? Henry Vaughan's Retreat. Can you remember the work? Yes. Intimations of Immortality from Recollections of Early Childhood. Yes. That got inspired from Henry Vaughan's poem, Retreat. Retreat. Very good. Who wrote Ode to Duty? Ode to Duty. This is how the poem opens. Stern daughter of the voice of God. That's how the poem opens. Wordsworth or Coleridge? Ode to Duty by Wordsworth. Wordsworth. Ode to Duty by Wordsworth. Can you remember the poem in which this line appears? The child is father of the man. This line appears in which poem of Wordsworth? The child is father of the man. It appears in which poem? Yes. Rainbow. Very good. The Rainbow. My heart leaps up when I behold a rainbow in the sky. Yes. Who wrote Peter Bell, A Tale in Verse? Peter Bell, A Tale in Verse. That is again a ballad written by Wordsworth. Yes. Yes. Who wrote? Can you remember the work in which can you remember in how many parts Rime of the Ancient Mariner? That's written in how many parts? Rime of Ancient Mariner by Coleridge. That is written in how many parts? That is a poem in 7 or 8 parts? 7 parts. 7 parts. Remember, it was first published in Lyrical Ballads, and later the revised version appeared in Sublime Leaves. Yes. Yes. Then, who wrote Talaba the Destroyer, which is again an Oriental verse epic. Talaba the Destroyer by, yes, Sathe, Robert Sathe. Yes, Robert Sathe. Robert Sathe. Who wrote Childe Harold's Pilgrimage? That is again an account of his Eastern travels, which is written in Spenserian stanza. Yes, Byron. Remember, first two cantos published in 1812. 1812. Then two more cantos appeared later in 1816 and 1818. Yes. Rape of the Lock. Rape of the Lock. It is written in how many cantos? Rape of the Lock by Pope. It's written in how many cantos? Alexander Pope. It's written in 5 cantos. 5 cantos. Yes, 5 cantos. Who wrote The Vision of Judgment? Who wrote The Vision of Judgment? That is again a reply to A Vision of Judgment by Robert Southey. Who wrote The Vision of Judgment? It appeared in Lehans The Liberal, in the magazine The Liberal. Byron or Shelley? Byron. Byron. Yes. Can you remember the Gothic closet drama written by Byron? Gothic closet drama written by Byron. It has a Byronic hero who is rebellious, who is melancholic, rebellious, and yeah, Manfred. And can you remember the year of publication? 1817. 1817. Which work by Byron is dedicated to Goethe? Goethe, that is considered as one of his best plays. And later you can see Goethe honored Byron in the second part of Faust. Yes. Sardana Palace. Yes, Sardana Palace. And there this work is dedicated to Goethe. This work is dedicated to Goethe. And who wrote Alastor or the Spirit of Solitude? The name Alastor, it was suggested by Thomas Love Peacock. And who wrote Alastor or the Spirit of Solitude? It is again a poem which is written in blank verse. It has autobiographical elements. Shelley. Shelley. Yes, Shelley. Yes. Who wrote The Mask of Anarchy? Who wrote Mask of Anarchy? That is written in the form of a ballad. Yes. Shelley or Byron? Mask of Anarchy by Shelley. Shelley. Can you remember the lyrical drama which is written in 4 acts by Shelley? That is again an example for closet drama which is not meant for performance. Prometheus Unbound. Yes, Prometheus Unbound. Prometheus Unbound. Yes. Can you remember the last major poem written by Shelley? Last major poem written by Shelley, Triumph of Life. Triumph of Life. And who wrote Adonai? That is written on the death of Keats. Who wrote Adonai? Shelley. And is it written in Spenserian stanza or blank verse? Adonai. Spenserian stanza. Spenserian stanza. Yes, very good. Spenserian stanza. Spenserian stanza. Can you remember the subtitle of Isabella? Isabella, that is again a narrative poem in ottava rima. The story, it was adapted from Boccaccio's Decameron. Yes. Is it a poetic romance or is it the Port of Basil? The Port of Basil. The Port of Basil. And what is the subtitle of Endymion, which is again based on a Greek myth? What is its subtitle? That is subtitled A Poetic Romance. A Poetic Romance. So remember Ivanhoe, which is subtitled A Romance. Kenilworth is subtitled A Romance. Yes. And Endymion, which is subtitled Endymion by Keats, which is subtitled A Poetic Romance. Yes, A Poetic Romance. And Isabella, remember, that is again a narrative poem in ottava rima. Ottava rima, yes. And story, adopted from which work? Boccaccio's Decameron. Boccaccio's Decameron, yes. Boccaccio's Decameron. Who wrote Ode on Melancholy? Who wrote Ode on Melancholy? Ode on Melancholy, Ode to a Nightingale, Ode on a Grecian Urn. All these odes, they were written in the year 1819. Yeah, by Keats. By Keats. Can you remember the ballad written by Keats? There is a ballad, there is a famous ballad. The title derived from a medieval French poem. On Courtly Love, written by Alain Chartier. La Belle Dame Sans Mercy. Yes. La Belle. Yeah, Dame Sans Mercy. Okay, shall we move on to Jane Austen? Shall we move on to Jane Austen? A modern writer? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Are you ready? Henry Dashwood, who died when the novel begins, and here you can see the Dashwood estate and Norland Park. There are settings in which work. The story is about the romantic attachments, heartbreaks, and marriages of two sisters, Eleanor and Marianne Dashwood. Sense and Sensibility, very good. Sense and Sensibility. Sense and Sensibility. Can you remember the work of Jane Austen, which is set in the fictional town of Meryton in the county of Hertfordshire? Can you remember? It has a famous opening line. It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife. So can you remember the work? Charles Bingley, the Five Sisters, yeah, Pride and Prejudice. Pride and Prejudice. And remember, it is set in the fictional town of Meryton. Highbury is the fictional town of which work of Jane Austen? Highbury. I can give you a clue. Emma Woodhouse is the central character. Emma Woodhouse is the central character, and the novel ends with a double marriage. Remember? Yes, Emma. Emma, that got published in the year 1816, and the novel ends with a double wedding of Emma and Knightley and Harriet and Robert Martin. This is how the novel ends. Ends with a double marriage, double wedding of Emma and Knightley and Harriet and Robert Martin. Yes. Which work of Jane Austen that got published along with Northanger Abbey? Which work of Jane Austen that got published along with Northanger Abbey? Both these works, they got published in the year 1818. Yeah, Persuasion and Northanger Abbey. Remember, there is another major work that got published in the year 1818. We had a discussion about it earlier. Modern Prometheus, that is a subtitle. Yes. Frankenstein. Catherine Morland appears in which work? Catherine Morland, who's fond of reading Gothic romances, appear in which work? Northanger Abbey. Yes, Northanger Abbey. Northanger Abbey. Who wrote Spirit of the Age? Spirit of the Age. That is again an essay collection by Spirit of the Age. That is an essay collection by Hazlitt. Hazlitt, important prose writer in Romantic period. Yes, Hazlitt. Remember, Table Talk, that is again another essay collection. Spirit of the Age, that is again an essay collection by Hazlitt. Very good. Who became the poet laureate in the year 1850? Who became the poet laureate in the year 1850? Can you remember the years associated with the reign of Queen Victoria? 1837 to 1901. So remember, now we are moving to Victorian period and Victorian poetry, and there you can see Tennyson, he was a Victorian poet, and Tennyson became the poet laureate in the year 1850. Yes, 1850, and Queen Victoria's reign from 1837 to 1901. 1901. Yes. Yeah, Tennyson became the poet laureate in the year 1850. And Wordsworth died in which year? Wordsworth died in which year? Wordsworth died in the same year, 1850, and Tennyson became the poet laureate in the year 1850. Yes. And can you remember the year of publication of Darwin's Origin of Species? Year is important. 1859. 1859. Yes, 1859. 1859, yes. Who wrote The Lady of Shalott? Easy question. That is again an Arthurian story which is written in ballad form, which depicted a tragic love. Tennyson. Tennyson, very good. Can you remember the year of publication of Tennyson's Ulysses? Tennyson's Ulysses, which is again a companion piece of Lotus Eater. Year is important, which is again a dramatic monologue that, yeah, it was written in the year 1833 and that got published in the year 1842. And remember, can you remember the most famous phrase which became the motto for the Victorians? To strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. That is a line from Ulysses. Yeah, that is a line from Ulysses. Yes. Who wrote The Princess Medley? That is again a serio-comic poem in blank verse. The Princess Medley. Princess Medley by Tennyson. By Tennyson. By Tennyson. Who wrote these plays? Becket, Mary, and Cup. Becket, Mary, Cup. These are plays written by Queen Mary, Harold, Becket, Cup. These are all plays written by Tennyson. Tennyson, yeah, was known for writing poetic drama. Poetic drama. And can you remember the prose play written by Tennyson? He wrote a prose play. That is the only prose work written by Tennyson. What is its title? The Promise of May. The Promise of May, yes. That is the only prose work written by Tennyson. Yes. And who wrote the pastoral play Lady of May? Who wrote the pastoral play Lady of May? Remember? Sidney or Spenser? Who wrote the pastoral play Lady of May? Sidney. Sidney wrote the pastoral play Lady of May. And remember, prose play, that's Promise of May, that's written by Tennyson. Yes, Tennyson. Can you remember the first play written by Robert Browning? First play written by Robert Browning. Can you remember the first play written by Robert Browning? That was his first play. It was dedicated, it was written for and dedicated to the actor William Macready. That's the clue. That's again a historical tragedy. Strafford. Strafford. That is the first play written by Robert Browning. Robert Browning. And yeah. And who wrote the verse drama Pippa Passes, which is divided into 4 sections: morning, noon, evening, night. It is about a woman who works as a silk winder in Italy. Very good. Robert Browning. Robert Browning. Robert Browning. Robert Browning. God is in his heaven and all is right with the world. That is the concluding line of which work of Robert Browning? Pippa Passes. Pippa Passes. Pippa Passes. God is not in his heaven. All is wrong with the world. That is the title. That is the line taken from Test of the D'Urbervilles by Thomas Hardy. Yes, Thomas Hardy. Yes. Who wrote the long dramatic poem in 12 books, which got published in 4 volumes, which is again a tribute to Elizabeth Barrett Browning? which is titled The Ring and the Book. Who wrote The Ring and the Book? It is a long dramatic poem in 12 books. Yes, Robert Browning. Robert Browning. Grow old along with me, the best is yet to be. That is a line taken from which work of Robert Browning? It discusses the life of 12th century Jewish mathematician and scholar. Yes. The Last Ride Together or Rabbi Ben Ezra? Rabbi Ben Ezra. Yes, Rabbi Ben Ezra. Who wrote sonnets from the Portuguese? Who wrote sonnets from the Portuguese? Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Elizabeth Barrett Browning. It is a collection of how many sonnets? It is a collection of how many sonnets? 44 sonnets. Yes. It is a collection of 44 sonnets. It is a collection of 44 sonnets. Yes. Who wrote The Function of Criticism at the Present Time? Who wrote The Function of Criticism at the Present Time, that got published in the year 1865. He wrote Culture and Anarchy. Culture and Anarchy, which got initially it was serially published in the Cornell magazine. Culture and Anarchy. Yes, Matthew Arnold. Matthew Arnold. Who wrote The Study of Poetry? Who wrote The Study of Poetry? The Study of Poetry, originally published as the General Introduction to T.H. Watt's anthology, The English Poets, and later it was published as an essay, The Study of Poetry by Matthew Arnold. Matthew Arnold. Matthew Arnold. Who wrote the poem Angel in the House? Who wrote the poem Angel in the House? It presented a portrait of the domestic bliss of married life that became a Victorian ideal. Coventry Patmore. Coventry Patmore. Remember, that is again a poetic sequence on married love. And who famously critiqued this ideal, killing the angel in the house? In the essay Professions for Women, Virginia Woolf. Virginia Woolf. Virginia Woolf. Yes. Virginia Woolf. Then, can you remember the year of formation of Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood? In the essay Professions for Women, there she famously critiqued this idea of angel in the house. Yes. And can you remember the year of formation of Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood? 1848. 1848. Yes, 1848. Who wrote the closet drama Atlanta in Caledon? Atlanta in Caledon. That is again a closet drama written by A.C. Swinburne. A.C. Swinburne. A.C. Swinburne. Who wrote The Blessed Damsel? Who wrote The Blessed Damsel? It was inspired by Poe's Raven. Yes. Dante Gabriel Rossetti. D.G. Rossetti. Very good. D.G. Rossetti. Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. Please remember. William Morris, Christina Rossetti. They are all members of Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhoods. Yes. So Aksa will continue from Victorian fiction. Thank you. Yeah.
So shall we continue? I hope you're not tired. Okay? Yeah, okay. So I'll start with a simple question. Who wrote On Heroes and Hero Worship? On Heroes and Hero Worship. It is Thomas Carlyle. It is Thomas Carlyle. Yes. Have you heard about his work Sartor Resartus? Sartor Resartus. What is the meaning of this title? Sartor Resartus. Tailor repatched. Correct. Tailor repatched. Okay, now tell me. There is this one novel by Charles Dickens which is dedicated to Thomas Carlyle. Which one is it? It is Hard Times. Okay, what idea? Which idea is criticized in this novel? Utilitarianism is criticized. Charles Dickens dedicated this work to Thomas Carlyle. Yes, okay. Now tell me, Who wrote Modern Painters? Who wrote the work Modern Painters? It is John Ruskin. Modern Painters is actually a defense against one painter. Who is it? It is about one painter. Who is this painter discussed in the work Modern Painters? It is J.M.W. Turner. Correct. It is Turner. Yes. Okay. Now tell me, who wrote Sesame and Lilies? Who wrote Sesame and Lilies? John Ruskin. Yes, correct. Okay, which is the first novel by Elizabeth Gaskell? Which is the first novel by Elizabeth Gaskell? It is Mary Barton. It is Mary Barton. You remember the year in which it was published? Mary Barton was published in 1848. Now we know the year 1848. We know the year 1848. How do we know this year? The PRB was formed in this year. Tell me the magazine associated with PRB. The Germ is the magazine associated with PRB. Okay. Now tell me, Elizabeth Gaskell's novels were serially published in Dickens's Dash. Where was it serially published? In the household words. In the household words, correct. Tell me, when was Charles Dickens born? When was Charles Dickens born? 1812. That is the year in which who else was born? Robert Browning was also born in 1812. Yes, okay. So which is the first novel by Charles Dickens? The first novel by Charles Dickens is Pickwick Papers. It was published in 1836. 1836, yes. Where do we have the character? Where do we have the character? Artful Dodger. Where do we have the character Dodger? In Oliver Twist. Tell me what? No, it is in Oliver Twist, not Pickwick Papers. Pickwick Papers was the first novel. Oliver Twist was the second novel or third novel? Second novel. Yes. It was published in. When was Oliver Twist published? In 1837. Okay. Where do we have the character Fagin? Where do we have the character Fagin? In Oliver Twist. In Oliver Twist. That is correct. Okay. Now tell me, what is the subtitle of Oliver Twist? It is subtitled The Parish Boys Progress. The Parish Boys Progress. Where was it serialized? Oliver Twist was serialized in? Oliver Twist was serialized in Bentley's Miscellany. It was serialized in Bentley's Miscellany. Tell me, where do we have the character Nell Trent? Nell Trent is a character from? That is correct. The Old Curiosity Shop. It is a character from the Old Curiosity Shop. Tell me, when did Tennyson become the Poet Laureate? When did Tennyson become the Poet Laureate? In 1850. Yes, that is correct. Tell me, which novel of Charles Dickens was published in 1850? It is David Copperfield. David Copperfield. Where do we have the character Uriah Heep? Uriah Heep is a character from David Copperfield. It is from David Copperfield, not Great Expectations. It is from David Copperfield. Okay. Now tell me, where do we have the famous case? In which of the novels of Charles Dickens do we have the case Jarndyce versus Jarndyce? It is in the Bleak House. It is in the Bleak House. Tell me, who is the only female narrator in Dickens? The only female narrator in Dickens is Esther Summerson. Esther Summerson is a character from Bleak House. Esther Summerson is a character from Bleak House. Correct. Sowing, Reaping, Garnering are three parts of which novel? Sowing, Reaping, Garnering are three parts of the Hard Times. You remember Hard Times was dedicated to? Hard Times was dedicated to Thomas Carlyle. Okay. Now, when was A Tale of Two Cities published? When was A Tale of Two Cities published? In 18 1859. Now, 1859 is popular. How was 1859 popular? Which other work was published in 1859? Origin of Species came out in 1859. A Tale of Two Cities is set in two cities. Which are these two cities? It is set in London and Paris. London and Paris. Okay. Now tell me, Tale of Two Cities and Great Expectations. Which one came first? A Tale of Two Cities and Great Expectations. Which one came first? Tale of Two Cities. Tale of Two Cities came out in 1859. Great Expectations came out in 1861. 1861. Yes. Now, let me ask you, who is the biographer of Charles Dickens? Who's the biographer of Charles Dickens? John Foster. John Foster is the biographer of Charles Dickens. Who is the biographer of Dr. Johnson? It is James Boswell. Correct. It is James Boswell. Okay. Now tell me, what is the actual name of George Eliot? The actual name of George Eliot is Mary Ann Evans. Mary Ann Evans. Correct. Where do we have the character Maggie Tulliver? In Mill on the Flows. It is a character from Mill on the Flows. What is the name of this mill? You remember the name of the mill? It is the Dorlcote Mill. You remember? Dorlcote Mill. What is Flows? Flows is the river. Flows is the river in this novel. Correct. When was it published? When was the Mill on the Flows published? In 1860. So we were discussing in 1859, Origin of Species was published. Which novel of Charles Dickens was published? Tale of Two Cities was published. Which novel of George Eliot was published in 1859? Adam Bede was published in 1859. Where is it set? Adam Bede is set in Hayslop. Adam Bede is set in Hayslop. Yes. The Mill on the Flows is written in 9 books. True or false? Mill on the Flows is written in 9 books. True? True? Is it true? No, it is not true. It is written in 7 books. Mill on the Flows is written in 7 books. Is it autobiographical? Is Mill on the Flows autobiographical? Yes, it is autobiographical in nature. It is the most autobiographical work of George Eliot. Now, in their death, they were not divided. This is the last line of which novel? Mill on the Flows. Which novel is subtitled The Weaver of Raveloe? The Weaver of Raveloe is the subtitle of Silas Marner. Silas Marner was published in 1861. That is the year in which Charles Dickens's Great Expectations was also published. Yes, okay. Where do we have the character Godfrey? Where do we have the character Godfrey? Is it in Silas Marner or in Adam Bede? It is in Silas Marner. Godfrey is a character from Silas Marner. Okay. Now tell me, which work of George Eliot is subtitled The Radical? It has allusions to Dante and the Divine Comedy. Which work are we talking about? It is Felix Holt. Felix Holt, which came out in 1866. It is subtitled The Radical. Which work is subtitled A Study of Provincial Life? A Study of Provincial Life. We are very likely to receive questions based on subtitles. So, we need to be aware of all the subtitles, at least subtitles of important works. Okay. A Study of Provincial Life is the subtitle of Middlemarch. Middlemarch. Where do we have the character Dorothea Brooke? This was a PYQ question. Dorothea Brooke is a character from Middlemarch. Tertius Lydgate is a character from Middlemarch. Correct. Okay. Now tell me, which one came first? Treasure Island or Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? Which one came first? Both these works are by R.L. Stevenson. Which one came first? Treasure Island or Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? Treasure Island was published first. It came out in 1883. Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde came out in, when was it published? Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde was published in 1886. Correct. Oh, you need a break. It is okay if you take a 1 minute break. It is okay to miss a few questions. You can come back and watch it once more. Okay. So, yeah. So we were discussing about the works of R.L. Stevenson. Now let me ask you, which work of Rudyard Kipling are you familiar with? Which work of Rudyard Kipling are you familiar with? Kim, Jungle Book, yes. Jungle Book, White Man's Burden. White Man's Burden, yes. If is a poem by Rudyard Kipling, that is correct. White Man's Burden, any other work? When was Kim published? When was Kim published? In 1901. In 1901, yes. Now tell me, which work of Rudyard Kipling is subtitled The United States and the Philippine Islands? The United States and the Philippine Islands. It is the subtitle of The White Man's Burden. The White Man's Burden. Okay. Take up the white man's burden. Send forth the best you breed. These are the first lines of, it is very simple. These are the first lines of The White Man's Burden. Yes. Who wrote The White Man's Burden? Rudyard Kipling wrote White Man's Burden. Now tell me, when was the Jungle Book published? The Jungle Book published? Yes, in 1894. Okay, now tell me, which novel of E.M. Forster was published in 1905? It was the first novel of E.M. Forster. It was published in 1905. 1905. Where angels fear to tread. Where angels fear to tread. Okay. Virginia Woolf, Leonard Woolf, all of them were part of a group. Which was this group? Which was this group? It is the Bloomsbury Group. Is John Maynard Keynes a part of this group? Yes, John Maynard Keynes is also a part of this group. Now tell me, who wrote the work titled Eminent Victorians? Eminent Victorians? Lytton Strachey. You remember who are the four eminent Victorians he talked about? Cardinal Manning, Florence Nightingale, Thomas Arnold, and General Gordon. These are the four eminent Victorians in Eminent Victorians by Lytton Strachey. Yes.
Aksa, I will
Okay.
also ask some questions to give you some breathing time.
Yes.
Okay? Right.
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask for a few minutes and then you take over again. Okay. In which novel do you have Sir William Bradshaw, Dr. Holmes, Sir William Bradshaw, Dr. Holmes? They are very major characters in Mrs. Dalloway. They treat Septimus Warren Smith. Okay, and Septimus's wife is the Italian-born Regia or Lucrezia. In Mrs. Dalloway, who is in love with an Indian woman? Peter Walsh. He's going to go back and marry her. Peter Walsh. Is Mrs. Dalloway bisexual? Clarissa? Yes. She has a husband, Richard Dalloway, and she used to have a lesbian relationship with Sally Seton. Okay, Mrs. Dalloway was published in 1925. When was The Hours published? Michael Cunningham's Hours. 1998. The Hours came in 1998. To the Lighthouse is published in? To the Lighthouse is published in 1927. The Window, Time Passes, and The Lighthouse. These are the three parts of To the Lighthouse. Charles Stanley, William Banks, Augustus Carmichael. These are important characters. Who among them is a poet? It is Augustus Carmichael. Aksa, you ask about the next writer, okay?
Yes.
Which of the novels of Virginia Woolf is about 6 characters and their stream of consciousness or interior monologue? 6 characters. It is the Waves. That's right. It is the Waves. In which novel of Virginia Woolf is a writer writing a book called Ethelbert, a Tragedy? It is a novel where the protagonist is changing gender. Gender fluidity is depicted. It is in Orlando, a Biography. Orlando, a Biography. That's right. What is the common reader? It is a book of essays by Virginia Woolf. Okay, Aksa.
Yes. Now tell me, who wrote Anna of the Five Towns? Who wrote Anna of the Five Towns? Arnold Bennett wrote Anna of the Five Towns, which is the famous trilogy associated with Arnold Bennett. Did he write the Clayhanger trilogy? Yes, he wrote the Clayhanger trilogy. That is correct. Now tell me, in one of the works of John Galsworthy, there is a character who commits suicide by jumping out of the window. Where do we have this character? It is in Justice, correct? It is in Justice. Yes.
I nearly
He is
thought you
also
asked about Septimus Warren Smith. Same.
Septimus Warren Smith also committed suicide.
Same,
Yes.
jumped out of the window.
Yes. Okay. Now tell me, which is the first novel by H.G. Wells? The first novel of H.G. Wells? Time Machine? Yes. When was it published? Time Machine was published in 1895. 1895. Yes.
Aksa, let me ask, because we have 7 minutes and entire 20th century left. Right. So, 3 Guineas were in 1938, published in 1938, 3 Guineas. Which novel of James Joyce was published in 1939? It is indeed Finnegan's Wake. What is the last word of Finnegan's Wake? Because the last line is first part of a sentence. The first line is the second part of a sentence. Correct. Which writer was born in 1885? Was it one writer or two? It was D.H. Lawrence and 1885. D.H. Lawrence and Ezra Pound. Yes. 1882, James Joyce and Virginia Woolf. All right. Which novel of D.H. Lawrence was published in 1911? It is The White Peacock. What is the other title of The White Peacock? Laetitia. In which novel do you have a character modeled on Jesse Chambers? It is in Sons and Lovers. Who is the suffragette in Sons and Lovers? Suffragette. It is Clara Dawes. That's right, Clara Dawes. He walked towards the city's gold phosphorescence. This is a line from? He walked towards the city's gold phosphorescence. It is towards the ending of Sons and Lovers. Yes. In The Rainbow, which character sees the rainbow? It is Ursula who sees the rainbow. That's right. Ursula sees the rainbow. Ours is essentially a tragic age, so we refuse to take it tragically. This is the opening line of Lady Chatterley's Lover. Lady Chatterley's Lover. In which novel is the rabbit Bismarck ill-treated by a man? Rabbit Bismarck. It is in Women in Love. Gerald Critch. Remember Ursula and Rupert Birkin? Gudrun and Gerald Critch. They are the pairs, isn't it? Right. Who wrote the Tortoise poems? That is also D.H. Lawrence. Okay, I think we will take 10 minutes of American literature session for British literature. Okay, Aksa. Ask from D.H. Lawrence and after.
Yes, okay. Now tell me, which is the first novel of D.H. Lawrence? The first novel of D.H. Lawrence is The White Peacock. That is correct. Okay, now tell me, who edited The Wasteland? Who edited The Wasteland? Ezra Pound edited The Wasteland. How many lines are there in The Wasteland? There are 433 lines in The Wasteland. Okay. Tell me, who wrote the poem titled Muse Debut Arts? Who wrote the poem titled Muse Debut Arts? It is W.H. Auden. It is W.H. Auden. There's a group of poets associated with W.H. Auden. They're all known as the poet of the 30s. Poet of the 30s, or the pink poets, or the pylon poets. Yes, correct. Now tell me, The Dog Beneath the Skin, The Ascent of F6, On the Frontier. Who are the two authors involved in all these works? It is W.H. Auden and Christopher Isherwood. Both of them together wrote The Dog Beneath the Skin, The Ascent of F6, On the Frontier. Correct. Now tell me, who wrote the poem titled The Unknown Citizen? The Unknown Citizen. That is W.H. Auden. Correct. Okay.
Let me ask a few because we left out T.S. Eliot.
Yes.
Who wrote the poem Hippopotamus? It was T.S. Eliot, right? In which poem of T.S. Eliot does he say at the end, this is the way the world ends, this is the way the world ends, this is the way the world ends, not with a bang, but with a whimper? It is indeed Hollow Men. Hollow Men has two epigraphs. Mr. Coots, he dead, and a penny for the old guy. Okay? Mariana in the Moated Grange. That is the epigraph of Tennyson's Mariana. Which poem of T.S. Eliot has an epigraph from Measure for Measure? Tennyson's Mariana also has from Measure for Measure. Which poem of T.S. Eliot has? It is Gerontian, correct. It is indeed Gerontian. Do you know, alas, I have been struck deep, a dead wound. That is the epigraph of Sweeney Among the Nightingales. That is a famous epigraph. Alas, I have been struck deep, a dead wound. Talk about epigraphs. The Wasteland has the epigraph taken from The Wasteland, Petronius's Satyricon. And what about our Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock? Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock has an epigraph from Dante, Inferno. That is right. And remember, 1939, the year in which the Second World War began, is the year of the family reunion. 4 years after Murder in the Cathedral. FCCE, family reunion, cocktail party, confidential clerk, elder statesman, in that order. FCCE. Okay? All right. Who was born in 1894? Aldous Huxley. Aldous Huxley was born in 1894. You remember which Indian was he greatly friends with? They were also neighbors. Which Indian? Jiddu Krishnamurti. Jiddu Krishnamurti. Aldous Huxley's travelogue in India? Jesting Pilot. Jesting Pilot. Okay. Aldous Huxley wrote Tragedy of the Whole Truth. That is prescribed in many universities. Tragedy of the Whole Truth. Remember that, please. Which work of Aldous Huxley talks about Gandhi's death, Mahatma Gandhi's death? It is set on that day. Which novel of Aldous Huxley? Ape and Essence. Brave New World, Ape and Essence, Island. These are dystopian novels of Aldous Huxley. Okay, W.H. Auden, Aksa.
Yes, but before that, a few questions from Graham Greene. Yes, okay. So, A Sort of Life is the autobiography of which author? A Sort of Life is the autobiography of Graham Greene. Ida is a character in which of the novels of Graham Greene? Ida is a character from Brighton Rock. Ida is a character from Brighton Rock. Princess Ida is a character from Tennyson's poem. Yes, correct. Okay. Now, let me ask you a few questions. Who is known for the poems titled Bagpipe Music, Meeting Point, Snow, Birmingham? All these are poems by Louis MacNeice. Bagpipe Music, Meeting Point, Snow, Birmingham. All these are poems by Louis MacNeice. Okay. So, who wrote a poem titled An Elementary School Classroom in a Slum? An Elementary School Classroom in a Slum. It is Stephen Spencer. Stephen Spencer. In this elementary classroom, there is a picture of the bust of some great author. Which author? The picture of this great author is there on the walls. It is that of Shakespeare. The bust of Shakespeare is pasted on the walls of this classroom. Correct. Okay.
Okay, who
Now-
wrote the poem next, please? Next, please. It is Philip Larkin. Philip Larkin also wrote Obeyed. Do you know which are the novels by Philip Larkin? Novels Jill and a Girl in Winter. Jill and a Girl in Winter. Philip Larkin was born in 1922, along with The Wastelands, Jacob's Room, Ulysses, and also Hermann Hesse's Siddhartha, all 1922. Some of the collections of Philip Larkin include The Wits and Weddings, High Windows. You might know, they have always asked in net about Philip Larkin's Obeyed, Mr. Bleeny, and Arundel Tomb, 1914. Okay. When you look up in Google Philip Larkin poems, the major poems that come as suggestion, like this in my phone I got. Sorry, like this. All these are poems that they're showing. These poems are the important poems. So if you don't have time to revise, just Google like this, even before the exam, on the way to the exam hall, etc., you can look like this, okay? And you will actually be benefited by it. Okay, who wrote Shakespeare and the Complete Goddess of Being and the Goddess of Complete Being? Sorry, it is Ted Hughes. That's right, Ted Hughes. Do you know Ted Hughes wrote the children's book, The Iron Man? Which contemporary of Ted Hughes wrote The Man with Night Sweats? The Man with Night Sweats. It is Tom Gunn. That's right, Tom Gunn. Aksa, would you like to ask a few questions from drama?
Yes.
Ladies not
Can I
for
ask-
burning. I'm just giving you time, Aksa. The Lady is
Yes.
Not for Burning is by Christopher Fry. Okay, Aksa.
Can I ask a few questions from Orwell, ma'am?
Orwell. Okay. Drama
Okay.
is left out. All right. Then I will ask drama and then you'll come to Orwell.
Yes. Okay.
Can't leave out drama, right? So, Angry Young Man got the name from an autobiography of. The Angry Young Man got that name from the autobiography of Leslie Paul. Leslie Paul. Okay, Leslie Paul. Okay. Arnold Wesker is associated with what drama? Arnold Wesker. Do you remember? Arnold Wesker, John Osborne, both were kitchen sink dramatists. John Osborne was also Angry Young Man, kitchen sink drama also. And Sheila Delaney was also there in kitchen sink realism. All right. Do you remember the year of Endgame? It's a one-act play, remember? Endgame is a one-act play, 1957. Waiting for Godot, Happy Days, and Endgame. These are the three major full-length plays. But our Beckett also wrote Krapp's Last Tape. There is a work by Beckett quoted in What is an Author by Foucault. Which is that work? Foucault wrote What is an Author. There is a work by Beckett quoted there. Stories and Texts for Nothing. Stories and Texts for Nothing. Okay. Who is the writer born in 1930? His first major play came in 1958. And yes, he wrote Comedies of Menace. Comedies of Menace. It is Harold Pinter. Harold Pinter. Saved is a play that shows violence on stage by Saved. Edward Bond. Edward Bond wrote Lear also. Remember Bingo? And Lear and Bingo both are Shakespearean? Right. And who is the author of a play set in India? during Mahatma Gandhi's Dandi March. Mahatma Gandhi's Dandi March. Tom Stoppard. The play is called Indian Ink. Indian Ink. Correct. In which play of Tom Stoppard is James Joyce a character? James Joyce. It is Travesties. Travesties is modeled on importance of being earnest, right? James Joyce, Vladimir Lenin, Tristan Zara are characters, correct? Hai? Which is the all-female play by Carol Churchill? All-female play by Carol Churchill. It is indeed Top Girls, which is the dance drama that we know by Carol Churchill. Many are there, I guess. Dance drama, verse play it is. Dance also karte hain shayad. Verse play, Serious Money, set in Thatcherite England. Serious Money. Last question from drama. Who wrote the Norman Conquest trilogy? No, last but one question. Who wrote the Norman Conquest trilogy? His other plays are, relatively speaking, absurd person singular. Important. They have asked. Alan Ayckbourn. Alan Ayckbourn. And who wrote Sergeant Musgrave's Dance? Sergeant Musgrave's Dance. Not David Hare. John Arden. That's right. It is John Arden. Sergeant Musgrave's Dance. Even though we hurried, tomorrow morning, you should find time to watch this again. Okay? Then you will remember. Okay, Aksa, your George Orwell has come.
Yes, but before that, just one more question. Who wrote the screenplay The Hours, which is based on Michael Cunningham's novel? Who wrote it? It is David Hare. It is David Hare. Okay, now tell me, when was Animal Farm published? When was Animal Farm published? In 1945. When was 1984 published? It was in 1949. Okay, 1949. Yes, the Big Brother is watching you is a line from 1984. Yes. Tell me, what is the title of the essay that George Orwell wrote based on Gulliver's Travels? You remember the title? Which Orwell wrote based on Gulliver's Travels. It is Politics versus Examination. Politics versus Examination. It is about Gulliver's Travels. Yes, ma'am.
He also wrote You and the Atom Bomb.
Yes.
That is also prescribed work. Okay, tell me who wrote Darkness Visible. Title is taken from Paradise Lost. It is set against the Second World War. Darkness Visible is by William Golding. You might remember William Golding's works, hai na? Lord of the Flies, The Inheritors, Pincher, Martin, Free Fall. We have a code, but I'm not going into it. Let me ask you, which is the year in which Lord of the Flies was published? 1954. Same year as Lucky Jim of Kingsley Amis. Kingsley Amis wrote Lucky Jim. Kingsley Amis is the old devils got Booker Prize. Kingsley Amis's son Martin Amis wrote Rachel Papers, Dead Babies, Money, A Suicide Note, London Fields. Okay, very good. Now, Room at the Top. Who's the author? Angry Young Man, Room at the Top. John Brain, that's right. Hurry on Down, Strike the Father Dead, Young Shoulders, all these are prescribed. John Wayne, Young Shoulders, Strike the Father Dead. Okay, Colin Smith is a character in which Angry Young Man novel? Colin Smith. He can run and win. Yes, Loneliness of the Long Distance Runner by Alan Sillitoe. Okay, when you're running, your toe is silly. Alan Sillitoe, Colin Smith. Okay, it's about the working classes. All the Angry Young Men wrote about the working classes. Now, some random questions from postmodern British writers. Under the Net, 1954 is my... Aksa, one question, me one question. What do you say, Aksa?
Yes, okay.
Okay. Iris Murdoch wrote Under the Net, 1954. Next.
Which novel of John Fall's has 3 different endings? Sarah Woodruff is a character in this novel. It is French Lieutenant's woman. Yes.
Which is the British war novel set in Shanghai. Shanghai. This man created the protagonist, Jamie Graham. He also wrote many dystopian novels like Drowned World, Burning World, Crystal World. It is J.G. Ballard. J.G. Ballard's novel set in Shanghai is China, Shanghai. Empire of the Sun. Accept.
Which novel of Muriel Spark is set in the Blaine Junior School? Blaine Junior School. It is the prime of Miss Jean Brodie. It was published in 1961.
Hotel du Lac is a novel by Hotel du Lac. We have not included her in the encyclopedia. Anita Bruckner. Anita Bruckner wrote Hotel du Lac. Aksa?
Now, which work of Doris Lessing is hailed as the feminist Bible? It was published in 1967. It is the Golden Notebook. Yes.
The Millstone, The Waterfall, The Needle's Eye, The Peppered Moth. These are novels by the sister of A.S. Byatt. The Witch of Exmoor. Margaret Drabble. Once again, Margaret Drabble wrote The Millstone, The Waterfall, The Needle's Eye, The Witch of Exmoor, The Peppered Moth. Okay, Aksa.
Shadow Dance, Several Perceptions, Love. These are all part of which trilogy by Angela Carter? It is the Bristol trilogy. Shadow Dance, Several Perceptions, and Love.
Right. Okay. The man who won Booker Prize for The Sea wrote a trilogy on scientists, Dr. Copernicus, Kepler, and the Newton letter. This man won Booker Prize for The Sea. He wrote a trilogy on scientists. That trilogy includes Dr. Copernicus, Kepler, the Newton letter. It is indeed John Banwell. Aksa?
Geoffrey Braithwaite is a character from which novel of Julian Barnes? It was published in 1984. It was shortlisted for the Man Booker. It is the Flaubert's Parrot. Flaubert's Parrot, published in 1984. It was shortlisted for the Man Booker Prize.
By Julian Barnes, correct. Now I will tell you the part of a code. Okay. One child is there. He's innocent and he has a sweet tooth. So he eats nuts and sweets and puts all the wrappers and nut shells everywhere. Cockroaches come. Oh, machines like me will have to clean it up. Yes, it is Ian McEwan. He wrote The Child in Time. He was innocent, the innocent. And he wrote Sweet Tooth, Cockroach, Nutshell, Machines Like Me. Yeah, I just told you part of the code. If you want the entire code, come to Willits. Okay, Aksa.
Who wrote the novel The Great Fire of London? The Great Fire of London, Hawksmoor, Chatterton. All these are novels by Peter Ackroyd. Peter Ackroyd.
That's right.
Yes.
Peter Ackroyd wrote a lot of novels based on real incidents he wrote about Oscar Wilde's diary. He wrote about plagiarism of Chatterton. He wrote Great Fire of London based on Little Dorrit. All right. So who wrote Waterland? This was a PYQ. Waterland, Out of This World. Graham Swift. Graham Swift. Okay, I think Aksa will stop here because the diasporic writers will be dealt with in Indian literature. We have to go on to American literature. Ankita is here, I suppose. It was indeed a marathon, Ankita. Right. So we have to start with American literature. Ankita, are you aware of the sure shot authors?
Yes.
Yeah. Give me a breather and you ask the first few questions.
Oh, okay. Yes. Hello, everyone. Hi. Okay. So let's start. Yes. Common Sense is a political pamphlet by whom? Common Sense is a political pamphlet by Thomas Paine. Thomas Paine, who wrote under the pseudonym Geoffrey Crayon. Who wrote under the pseudonym Geoffrey Crayon? Washington Irving. Washington Irving. Who is famous for his leather stocking tales? Who is famous for his leather stocking tales? James Fenimore Cooper. James Fenimore Cooper. Okay. Who wrote the book American Renaissance? Art and Expression in the Age of Emerson and Whitman. American Renaissance. It's a book by F.O. Matthiessen. F.O. Matthiessen. Okay. So which era is known as the era of American Renaissance? Which time?
Decade? Which decade?
Which decade? It is the 1850s. 1850s. Yes.
Shall I?
Hmm.
Okay. Do you know who wrote this poem? There is a mysterious light that appears in early spring, and then it just disappears, and it leaves a sadness, a sense of sadness. The poem is called A Light Exists in Spring. Do you know the author? Okay, this author also wrote about seeing a snake, a narrow fellow in the grass. This author also wrote about a bird coming down the walk. The bird is eating a worm. That's right, it is Emily Dickinson. Emily Dickinson. I just introduced 3 or 4 poems. A Light Exists in Spring, A Narrow Fellow on the Grass, A Bird Came Down the Walk, and she also wrote, After Great Pain, a Formal Feeling Comes. A word dropped careless on a page. How beautiful that is. A word dropped careless on a page. Okay, Ankita.
Who is very famous for a speech with the refrain, Ain't I a Woman? Who is very famous for a speech with the refrain, Ain't I a Woman? Yes, it is Sojourner Truth. Sojourner Truth. Who was the first African American to publish a novel in the United States? Who was the first African American to publish a novel in the United States? Yes, it was Harriet E. Wilson. Harriet E. Wilson. Okay, next tell me. Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass was published in which year? Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass was published in 1845. 1845. Okay.
1845.
Yes.
I was wondering what else happened in that year. Frederick Douglass wrote his autobiography. Maybe somebody will remember? No. Okay, doesn't matter.
Who wrote The Souls of Black Folk? Who wrote The Souls of Black Folk? Yes, it is W.E.B. Du Bois. W.E.B.
yes.
Du Bois. Huh.
There is a writer who wrote short stories. There are 2 short stories that I know. One you know for sure. He wrote about a scientist doing experiments on people. One short story is about a husband removing a birthmark of his wife. The Raven is in 1845, correct? The birthmark of his wife is being removed. And the other short story is also equally famous, Dr. Heidegger's Experiment. Do you know the author? It is indeed Nathaniel Hawthorne. Nathaniel Hawthorne. Which is the short story of Nathaniel Hawthorne, where a man is going at night bidding goodbye to his wife Faith, and he is going to take part in witchcraft. He's scared about it, and when he goes there, he sees that his wife and neighbors are already there. It is Young Goodman Brown. Okay, Ankita?
Which place is associated with transcendentalism? Which place is associated with transcendentalism? Concord. Concord. Which is the magazine of transcendentalism? Which is the magazine? The Dial. The Dial. Okay. Brahma is a poem by? Brahma is a poem by Ralph Waldo Emerson. Ralph Waldo Emerson. The lecture, the American scholar was given to the dash. The lecture, the American scholar, was given or delivered to the, yes, Phi Beta Kappa Society. Phi Beta Kappa Society. Walden was published in which year? Walden was published in which year? Yes.
1845 is when he went and lived there. 1845 to 47. Okay, let me ask now. I will give you two statements. You should tell me whether these are true. Moby Dick is the stages. Moby Dick is about the clash between cosmic unknowability and human rationalism. True or false? Cosmic unknowability and human rationalism. True. Moby Dick anticipates modern workplace ennui. Ennui? No, it does not. Ennui means, feeling of dissatisfaction. Actually, that is true about Bartleby the Scrivener. Bartleby the Scrivener. That is true about it. Okay. Which novel of Herman Melville is called The Sailor? Subtitle The Sailor. Billy Budd Sailor. Billy Budd Sailor. Isn't it? Okay. Are there homoerotic overtones in Walt Whitman's poetry? True or false? Yes, there are homoerotic overtones in Walt Whitman's poetry. Let me give you another statement. Whitman merges personal voice with the collective American consciousness. True. That is also true. He combines personal voice with collective American consciousness. Whitman, in Whitman's poetry, you can apply body studies. True or false? Yes, it is true. There are erotic elements. Now I will tell you some important poems by Whitman. You may not know. A noiseless, patient spider. A noiseless, patient spider. Okay? That is important. I saw this in a syllabus. Beat, beat, drums. It is also there online, these. Beat, beat, drums. Okay? I hear America, dash. Singing. I hear America, singing. One's self, I dash. One's self, I sing. Correct. When I heard the learned astronomer. When I heard the learned astronomer. That is also by Walt Whitman. Ankita?
Okay, tell me. Which is the final completed novel of Nathaniel Hawthorne? Final completed novel of Nathaniel Hawthorne. The Marble Faun. The Marble Faun. Okay. The scaffolding scene is there in which novel? The Scarlet Letter. The Scarlet Letter was published in which year? The Scarlet Letter was published in 1850. 1850. Who are the other figures of dark romanticism? Who are the other figures of dark romanticism? Edgar Allan Poe. Yes. Nathaniel Hawthorne, Emily Dickinson. Yes. Herman Melville. Edgar Allan Poe is regarded as the father of dash. Edgar Allan Poe is regarded as the father of dash.
Washington Irving is the father of American short stories. Edgar Allan Poe developed it. Okay. North of Boston is a short story, is a poetry collection by Edgar Allan Poe is the father of detective fiction. Is that what? Okay. Yeah. That you can say. August C. Dupin. All right. North of Boston is a short story collection by? Sorry, poetry collection by Robert Frost. Robert Frost wrote North of Boston. Right. Can you say that the bucolic philosophy can be applied to Robert Frost's poetry? Bucolic. Yes, bucolic means pastoral, isn't it? Pastoral. Okay. He wrote New England pastoral poems. Right. Earth is the right place for love. In which poem does he say that? Birches. In which poem does he think about how the world will end? Fire and Ice. Fire and Ice. Okay, that is where he thinks whether the world will end in fire or end in ice. Robert Frost wrote Death of a Hired Man. Death of a Hired Man. Ankita?
Tales of the Grotesque and the Arabesque is a collection of short stories by Tales of the Grotesque and the Arabesque. Yes, Edgar Allan Poe. Moby Dick was published in which year? Moby Dick or the Whale was published in 1851. I heard a fly buzz when I died is the opening line of a poem by Emily Dickinson. Emily Dickinson is also known as Nun of Amherst. Yes.
Maybe we'll have to move to the 20th century soon.
Okay. Okay. Which novel started the American Civil War? Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. The Adventures of Tom Sawyer was published in which year? The Adventures of Tom Sawyer was published in 1876. Which river is very closely associated with the works of Mark Twain? Which river? Yes, it is the river of Mississippi. Okay. Daisy Miller is a novel by Henry James. The Last Leaf is a short story by O. Henry.
Okay. Who is the first woman to win the Pulitzer Prize for fiction? Edith Wharton for Asian Innocence. Right. She also wrote Ethan Frome. Okay, let me give you a statement again. Hemingway wrote in a very minimalist style. Correct or wrong? Why do you say that? What is that style called? The style is called iceberg technique. Do you think we can apply, because this is YouTube live marathon, we can't speak in between. Sneha, please don't raise your hand now. Okay. Can you say that? I was going to ask something. Can we apply trauma studies to Ernest Hemingway's works? Do you think we can apply trauma studies? Yes, trauma studies we can apply because Hemingway talks about war trauma a lot. Right. In which novel do you have the character Catherine Barclay? They asked us recently. Catherine Barclay. It is in Farewell to Arms. In which novel do you have Robert Jordan fighting in the Spanish Civil War? It is in For Whom the Bell Tolls, title taken from Donne. In which novel of Hemingway do you have bullfighting and the epigraph, You Are All a Lost Generation? It is in The Sun Also Rises. Okay, Ankita?
What is common between these two novels? The Red Badge of Courage by Stephen Crane and Gone with the Wind by Margaret Mitchell. What is common between these two novels? Yes, both of these talk about the Civil War. Both of these novels talk about the Civil War. Okay. The Awakening is a novel by Kate Chopin. The Yellow Wallpaper is a semi-autobiographical short story by, yes, The Yellow Wallpaper by Charlotte Perkins Gilman. Okay.
Okay, let me ask a question. In Tennessee Williams, I'm going to give you names of some of his works, titles of his works. Which of these has a homosexual theme? Okay. A Streetcar Named Desire? Yes, because Blanche's husband was homosexual. The Glass Menagerie? There is no homosexuality in Glass Menagerie. Cat on a Hot Tin Roof? Yes, because Brick is bisexual. Brick, Maggie's husband. Maggie is the cat. Maggie's husband, Brick. Suddenly Last Summer? Yes. Suddenly Last Summer is centered on a homosexual idea. One man dies in a homosexual orgy and his mother wants to do lobotomy on his cousin. Remember? That is Tennessee Williams. Very important. 1911 born. He wrote Southern Gothic works. And he called his own style poetic naturalism. Glass Menagerie is a memory play. He coined that term. Okay. Ankita, can you please ask from 20th century writers?
Okay. Okay, tell me. Death of a Salesman got the Pulitzer Prize in which year? Death of a Salesman got the Pulitzer Prize in 1949. 1949. Okay. Which work of Arthur Miller has references to Salem witch trials? Has references to Salem witch trials? The Crucible. The Crucible. Hilda Doolittle was a part of which group? Hilda Doolittle was a part of Imagism. Imagism. Okay, next tell me. Which work? Okay. First tell me, Native Son was published in which year? Native Son. 1940. 1940. I will ask you about a work of literary criticism. Tell me who wrote it. Playing in the Dark. Whiteness and the Literary Imagination is a 1992 work of literary criticism by Playing in the Dark. It is by Toni Morrison. Toni Morrison. Toni Morrison's Beloved was published in which year? Beloved. 1987. 1987. The Bluest Eye was published in which year? The Bluest Eye was published in 1970. 1970. Sulla was published in which year? Sulla. Sulla was published in 1973. And lastly, one more novel, chronology, Song of Solomon. Song of Solomon was published in 1977. 1977.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Which novel begins like this in 20th century American literature? It is in the summer of 1953. A brilliant college student wins a prize as a guest editor with a New York magazine. And she is going there to live there, and she lives in a hostel named Amazon with other girls. Her name is Esther, correct? And instead of enjoying herself in New York, she's only feeling numb and detached, and she is recovering from mental disease. Yes, Sylvia Plath's The Bell Jar. The Bell Jar was published in 1963, 1 month before she died, which is the famous collection of Sylvia Plath's poems. Famous collection, Ariel. T.S. Eliot also wrote Ariel poems, right? And Sylvia Plath, before Ariel, had published Colossus and other poems. Colossus, right? I will tell you some important poems of Sylvia Plath. If I am wrong, you should immediately tell me, no, this is wrong, okay? Cut. Is it by Sylvia Plath? Cut. Yes. Cut. Edge. Edge. Yes. Next, please. No, that is by Philip Larkin. Kindness. Kindness. Yes, it is by Sylvia Plath. Mad Girl's Love Song. Yes, it is a villanelle of 19 lines. Mad Girl's Love Song. Mirror for Magistrates. No, that is from Shakespeare's time. Mirror is what Sylvia Plath wrote. Mirror for Magistrate is a book from Shakespeare's time. Okay, The Applicant. That was asked recently. The Applicant is a dramatic monologue in which a salesperson is interviewing a man who has applied to buy his wife. Wow. It is an indictment of consumerism and patriarchy. A salesman is interviewing a man who is applied to buy his wife in Sylvia Plath's Applicant. Okay, Ankita.
Long Day's Journey into Night is a play by Long Day's Journey into Night is a play by Eugene O'Neill. Eugene O'Neill. Which, okay, Sophie's Choice by William Styron has dash as the backdrop. What is the backdrop or setting of the novel? Yes, it is Holocaust. Holocaust. Okay, tell me. Beat generation was there in vogue during? Beat generation was there in vogue during 1950s. 1950s. The Naked and the Dead is a novel by? The Naked and the Dead is a novel by Norman Mailer. Norman Mailer.
We are not explaining enough. Let me just explain. Beat generation, beat means they are rebellious, they are against consumerism, Vietnam War, Allen Ginsberg, Jack Kerouac, Ginsberg's Howl, Jack Kerouac's On the Road are important works. And William S. Burroughs' Naked Lunch also. Norman Mailer was a member of creative non-fiction or new journalism or faction. They deliberately took real incidents and wrote it in a fictional manner. Norman Mailer's Naked and the Dead, The Armies of the Night, and The Executioner's Song. These are important. Truman Capote, all are, I'm talking about new journalism or creative non-fiction. Truman Capote wrote In Cold Blood, that is creative non-fiction, but he also wrote Breakfast at Tiffany's. That is not creative non-fiction, just a novel. And then Hunter S. Thompson introduced gonzo journalism, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, Hell's Angels. Then Tom Wolfe. These are all creative non-fiction writers. Okay, right. Okay, Ankita.
Which work is regarded as the manifesto for Beat generation? Which work is regarded as the manifesto for Beat generation? It is On the Road by Jack Kerouac, and it was published in 1957. 1957. So we know that Allen Ginsberg was also a very prominent member of this group. Can you tell me some of the very important poems by Allen Ginsberg? Howl. Howl was published in 1956, right? Howl, then A Supermarket in California, Sunflower Sutra.
A supermarket in California is where he is meeting Walt Whitman in a supermarket. Right.
Okay.
Okay. So the aim of this is not to help you learn, but to just relax and listen to this. If you can remember, good. If you cannot remember, no problem. Tomorrow morning and before the exam, we can find time to look at it. Even if you can't look at it, trust yourself. Maybe it is lying somewhere in your mind and you will remember in the exam, right? Okay. Who wrote Diving into the Wreck of Woman Born, the Dream of a Common Language? Diving into the Wreck of Woman Born, Dream of a Common Language. That's right. It is Adrienne Rich. She was a very important figure in intersectional feminism and confessional poetry and, postmodernism, etc. Who wrote Zami, A New Spelling of My Name, Sister Outsider? Zami, A New Spelling of My Name, Sister Outsider. The Black Unicorn, it is indeed Audre Lorde. Audre Lorde, A-U-D-R-E-L-O-R-D-E, correct. Okay, Ankita.
Which is the only novel by Sylvia Plath, and when was it published? Which is the only novel by Sylvia Plath, and when was it published? The Bell
You
Jar.
said that 5 minutes ago. Yeah.
1963. 1963. Lady Lazarus is a poem by? Lady Lazarus is a poem by Sylvia Plath. Poppies in Dash is a poem by Sylvia Plath. Poppies in Dash. Poppies in October.
And
Poppies
July.
in
Both
October.
Poppies in July is also there. Poppies
Okay.
in July, Poppies in October, both.
The autobiography of Alice B. Toklas is by? She's the one who coined the phrase, yes, lost generation. Gertrude Stein. Gertrude Stein, right.
Okay, Addie Brandon is dying and her family is taking her coffin to Jefferson. Which is this novel? Addie Brandon is dying and her coffin is taken to Jefferson. It is in William Faulkner's As I Lay Dying. William Faulkner's As I Lay Dying. Quentin Compson is a character in The Sound and the Fury. But he also appears in which other novel? Quentin Compson appears in Absalom, Absalom. Remember, William Faulkner wrote about Yokna Patafa. Yokna Patafa. Right. And did he employ stream of consciousness? Did William Faulkner employ stream of consciousness? Yes, he did. Who wrote expressionism in plays like Strange Interlude? Strange Interlude, expressionism. O'Neill in Emperor Jones, Hairy Ape, and Strange Interlude. There is expressionism. Who employed expressionism in Adding Machine? Who employed expressionism in Adding Machine? It is Elmer Rice, where Mr. Zero is replaced by an adding machine, isn't it? Mr. Zero in Adding Machine by Elmer Rice. Who wrote the agitprop play Waiting for Lefty? Agitprop play means what? Agitation propaganda play. That means a play, socialist theme will be there about working class. Agitprop play, Clifford Odets, O-D-E-T-S. Clifford Odets wrote the agitprop play Waiting for Lefty. Ankita was asking you about Toni Morrison. Which is the Toni Morrison play about a Shakespeare character? Toni Morrison play about a Shakespeare character? Desdemona. Desdemona. Who wrote Giovanni's Room with a homosexual theme? Giovanni's Room with a homosexual theme? That is right. James Baldwin. Correct. The man who wrote Go, Tell It on the Mountain. James Baldwin. Ankita?
I am an American, Chicago born, is the opening line of which novel? I am an American, Chicago born is the opening line of The Adventures of Augie March by Saul Bellow. Saul Bellow. Nathan Zuckerman is a recurring character in the works of which writer? Nathan Zuckerman is a recurring character in the works of Philip Roth. Philip Roth.
David Capiche also recurs there. William Ashenden recurs in whose novels? William Ashenden. Somerset Maugham. Correct. Somerset Maugham. Ankita?
The Crucible by Arthur Miller was first performed in which year? The Crucible. 1953. 1953. A View from the Bridge. A View from the Bridge by Miller was first performed in 1955. 1955. One more. After the Fall. After the Fall by Miller was first performed in 1964. 1964.
When was The Color Purple published? When was The Color Purple published? 1982. Is it an epistolary novel? Yes, only the first two lines are not there in a letter. Everything else is epistolary. Okay. Who wrote In Search of Our Mother's Gardens? Meridian, The Temple of My Familiar. Alice Walker, In Search of Our Mother's Gardens. Meridian, The Temple of My Familiar, The Color Purple. Where did she introduce womanism? Womanism, In Search of Our Mother's Gardens. Correct. Who is the homosexual writer who wrote Angels in America? Angels in America, a Guy Fantasia on national themes. They always ask about this writer, right? It is Tony Kushner. Tony Kushner. Do you know who coined the term American Dream? American Dream? Is it Truslow Adams? Truslow Adams? Who wrote the play The American Dream? The play The American Dream, Edward Albee. Who wrote the novel An American Dream? It is a naturalist novel, An American Dream. Theodore Dreiser. An American Dream is a naturalist novel by Theodore Dreiser. The American Dream is a play by Edward Albee. Which play by Edward Albee was originally titled Peter and Jerry? Peter and Jerry. It is the Zoo Story. There are only two characters there. The Zoo Story has two characters, Peter and Jerry. Correct. And who wrote Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? Correct. Edward Albee himself. And what about East of Eden? It is a reworking of Cain and Abel story. East of Eden. Reworking of Cain and Abel story. That is John Steinbeck. Grapes of Wrath, Of Mice and Men, East of Eden. Correct. The Red Wheelbarrow is written by the man who wrote Spring and All. This is just to say William Carlos Williams is right. Ankita, over to you.
Okay.
Will you
So
go on for
Alice-
5 minutes? I will come back in 5 minutes. Okay.
So Alice Walker wrote In Search of Our Mother's Gardens. Who wrote In Search of Our Roots? Who wrote In Search of Our Roots? It is also a very popular work by Henry Louis Gates Jr. Henry Louis Gates Jr. wrote In Search of Our Roots. Tell me, which is a very popular work of literary criticism by Henry Louis Gates Jr. It is The Signifying Monkey. The Signifying Monkey, a theory of African American literary criticism. Right? Okay. The Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger was published in which year? The Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger was published in 1951. 1951. Who wrote To Kill a Mockingbird? To Kill a Mockingbird is by Harper Lee. Harper Lee. Okay. Who wrote One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is by Ken Kesey. Ken Kesey. White Noise is a novel by? White Noise is a novel by Don DeLillo. Don DeLillo. Okay. Breakfast at Tiffany's. Many of you were talking about it. Yes. Breakfast at Tiffany's is by Truman Capote. Truman Capote. Very good. Very good. Next, tell me. Let me ask you. Okay. Slaughterhouse-Five is a World War II novel by? Slaughterhouse-Five is a World War II novel by Kurt Vonnegut. Kurt Vonnegut. Okay. Very good. Next, tell me. One Art is a poem by? One Art. It is by Elizabeth Bishop. Elizabeth Bishop. Who wrote The Crying of Lot 49? Who wrote The Crying of Lot 49? It is by Thomas Pynchon. Thomas Pynchon. Fahrenheit 451 is an example of dash. Fahrenheit 451 is an example of speculative fiction by Ray Bradbury. By Ray Bradbury. Okay. Who coined the term cyberspace that was popularized in the novel Neuromancer? Who coined the term cyberspace that was popularized in the novel Neuromancer? It is by William Gibson. William Gibson. Okay. William Gibson. Okay. Okay. Tell me, who got the Pulitzer Prize for Poetry 1950? Who got the Pulitzer Prize for Poetry 1950? It was Gwendolyn Brooks. Gwendolyn Brooks. Which novel? I Am an Invisible Man is the opening line of which novel? I Am an Invisible Man. It is the opening line of the novel Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison. Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison. Okay. The Outsider is a novel by The Outsider, Black Boy, Native Son. These are novels by Richard Wright. Richard Wright. Richard Wright. Okay. I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings is by I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings is by Maya Angelou. Maya Angelou. A Raisin in the Sun is a play by Lorraine Hansberry. Lorraine Hansberry. Toni Morrison was born in which year? Because they can ask you to arrange authors according to the year of birth. Toni Morrison was born in 1931. 1931. Okay? Yes, 1931. Next, tell me. Tar Baby was published in which year? Tar Baby by Toni Morrison. Tar Baby, 1981. 1981.
Okay. Who used a very disruptive narrative technique called cut-up technique? And he also wrote cut-up trilogy, also called Nova trilogy. We already mentioned his name. He is one of the Beat Generation writers, William S. Burroughs. William S. Burroughs wrote cut-up trilogy or Nova trilogy using cut-up technique. One person we mentioned already, she was a connoisseur of art and she was a lesbian. She wrote an autobiography in the name of her partner. She wrote Tender Buttons. Who's that? Tender Buttons. Gertrude Stein. Who wrote Tender is the Night? Tender is the Night. Tender is the Night is a Jazz Age novel. Jazz Age novel. Why are you all saying Dylan Thomas? It is not even a poem. Tender is the, oh, you are saying, do not go gentle into that good night. No, Tender is the Night is by F. Scott Fitzgerald. Tender is the Night is by F. Scott Fitzgerald. Anyone who lived in a pretty how town, is by? He also called mankind man unkind. It is E. Cummings. E. Cummings. 42nd Parallel, 1919, Big Money. What are they? 42nd Parallel, 1919, Big Money. What are they? USA Trilogy, USA. USA Trilogy by John Dos Passos. John Dos Passos. Feminism is for everybody. Teaching to transgress. Tell me, who are they? Who is the author of all this? Intersectional feminism again. Liberationist pedagogy. Yeah. Bell Hooks is right. Who questioned prisons and said that prisons are existing to criminalize Black people. Are prisons obsolete? She asked. Who's that? Correct. Hey, it is Angela Davis. She was an activist scholar. Which Chicana American wrote Borderlands, La Frontera, the New Mestiza? Which Chicana American? Indeed, Gloria Anzaldúa. Gloria Anzaldúa and Cherry Moraga together edited what? Gloria Anzaldúa and Cherry Moraga. This Bridge Called My Back. There is a very important American writer. She was forgotten, but now she is being discovered and very famous. The author of Kindred, Blood Child, Parable of the Sower. Remember this person. They have asked already 2 times. Kindred, Blood Child, Parable of the Sower, S-O-W-E-R. Who's the author? Kindred, Blood Child, Wild Seed, Octavia Butler. Okay, remember, a Black writer. She's the pioneering writer of Afrofuturism. Octavia E. Butler, Afrofuturism. Okay, will you remember? Kindred, Parable of the Sower, Wild Seed, Blood Child, Afrofuturism. And no. Whose autobiography was written by Alex Haley? The author of Roots, Alex Haley, wrote somebody's autobiography. Malcolm X. Malcolm X's autobiography of Malcolm X is dictated, or it is spoken to Alex Haley. Correct. They are very important in Black nationalism. Malcolm X, Alex Haley, isn't it? Very good. And who wrote The Negro Speaks of Rivers, Montage of a Dream Deferred? That's right, Langston Hughes. And who wrote A Raisin in the Sun, which took its title from this Dream Deferred? A Raisin in the Sun, Lorraine Hansberry. What is it about? It is about Black people going and living in a white neighborhood for the first time, isn't it? Their eyes were watching God, dust tracks on a road. Which Harlem writer wrote this? Their eyes were watching God, dust tracks on the road. Zora Neale Hurston. Harlem Renaissance, 1920s, is also called the New Negro Movement because of Alain Locke's anthology, The New Negro. Alain Locke wrote the anthology, The New Negro. Ankita, you have time to ask 2-3 questions.
Okay. Who wrote the New York trilogy, which has novels City of Glass, Ghosts, and The Locked Room? It is by Paul Auster. Paul Auster. Okay.
The
Next,
City
tell
of
me.
Glass?
Huh?
The City of Glass?
Huh. City of Glass, Ghosts, and The Locked Room. These 3 novels constitute the New York trilogy of Paul Auster. Who said a rose is a rose is a rose? It's a very popular quote. Gertrude Stein. Gertrude Stein. Okay. The Nickel Boys is a Pulitzer Prize winning novel by The Nickel Boys, published in 2019. It's a Pulitzer Prize winning novel by Colson Whitehead. Colson Whitehead, very popular writer.
He also wrote The Underground Railroad. The Underground Railroad, also by Colson Whitehead. Breakfast of Champions, Cat's Cradle, Kurt Vonnegut, correct. Breakfast of Champions, Cat's Cradle, Slaughterhouse-Five, Kurt Vonnegut. That's right. Portnoy's Complaint, American Pastoral. See, Poonam, this is actually a YouTube live. I have only invited you to be with us. So we can't talk now. We will talk only after the YouTube live. Okay? Right. Portnoy's Complaint, American Pastoral, The Human Stain. These are novels by Jewish writer Philip Roth. Don't forget that. Rabbit series, Gertrude and Claudia's Rabbit series, The Terrorist. John Updike, very good. White Noise, Underworld, Cosmopolis, Don DeLillo. Cosmopolis is a circadian novel. Cosmopolis is like Ulysses of James Joyce, One Day, right? Underworld is about waste management. Okay, this also important writer. Ragtime, Billy Bathgate, Book of Daniel. Ragtime, Billy Bathgate, Book of Daniel. It is by E.L. Doctorow. E.L. Doctorow. Okay. I know that it is stressful for all of you. We don't intend you to sit through if you cannot do it. Relax. If you are feeling pressurized, leave the class and check it out later. Okay. This is a marathon session we are doing for YouTube. And we are just inviting all our students here to be with us because it will definitely help you. But you have to manage whether you're on YouTube or Zoom, you have to manage. If you're feeling stressed or if you want to eat something or sleep or do it, finished, no problem. You can watch it later, right? Okay, right. So Ankita, I think we should now move on to European literature. Our next faculty, Devika, is here. So introducing to all of you, Devika. Devika, as far as I know, has not appeared on our YouTube so far. Have you, Devika?
Hello, ma'am. Good evening.
Hi. Have you appeared on our YouTube channel before?
Yes, ma'am. Just for once.
Okay. So some of you might know her. And Devika is also teaching at Valat. So we are going to do European literature together. Welcome, Devika, to this session.
Thank you, ma'am.
You are lucky because we were running late in American literature. I thought, oh no, European literature is going to run late, but we managed.
Yes.
So I hope, guys, if you are feeling hungry, feel free to eat. Don't be greedy. If a few questions are missed out, nothing will go wrong. Okay, right. All right, Devika. So I will start with European literature and we will interact and you can also ask your questions in between.
Okay, ma'am.
Right. Do you know who is the writer who was presumably blind? A writer who was presumably blind, who wrote a mock epic maybe, but for sure he wrote epics. He inspired all the other writers who came after him. That's right. It is Homer. There is something that Homer developed within his epics that Milton used. Can you guess what that is? Something that Homer used within his epics. It is the Homeric simile. In medias res also, yes, Homeric simile or epic simile, right? Right. Who wrote Ransom modeled on the Iliad? Everybody knows, I guess. Ransom modeled on Iliad. It is David Malouf. David Malouf. David Malouf also wrote An Imaginary Life modeled on Ovid. Ankita, if you want, I'm Ankita hangover. Devika, if you want, you can ask some questions on Aeschylus and Sophocles. I will get to you in 1 or 2 minutes.
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah.
No, ma'am, please, you continue. I will ask from the next session.
All right. Okay, I will ask. I didn't want you to feel left out. Right. So we have The Libation Bearers. In which trilogy? The Libation Bearers is in which trilogy? It is in Orestia. Who wrote Circe, Song of Achilles, Circe and Song of Achilles? It is Madeleine Miller. Devika, Madeleine Miller is an American writer. She wrote
Yes, ma'am.
brilliant novels showing mythological characters. Pat Barker is a British writer. Pat Barker also wrote about mythological characters. Our students will tell us which are the mythological novels by Pat Barker. Everybody tell Ankita, yes, Women of Troy and Silence of the Girls. Ankita, our code is this: women and silence. So you pat, when women are silent, you have to pat and ask them about this. So Pat Barker, Women of Troy and Silence of the Girls. We won't forget that. Okay, which is the play by Jean-Paul Sartre based on Electra. Electra is in Orestia, right? Electra? Yes. It is Flies. The play by Jean-Paul Sartre is Flies.
Yes, ma'am. The first dramatic work.
By Sartre. That's right. What are the other works of Sartre, anyone? Being and Nothingness, Le Mots or Words, the autobiography, No Exit, Nausea, correct? We will come to Sartre very soon. Okay, so we have Oedipus Rex, Antigone, and Oedipus Rex, Oedipus at Colonus, and Antigone. That is what trilogy? Theban trilogy. Everybody tell Devika, who is the French writer who wrote Antigone? They will tell you, Devika. Yes, Jean Anouilh. Jean Anouilh wrote Antigone. Right. Very good. According to Aristotle, which is the ideal play? Oedipus Rex. You know why? Because it has a perfect tragic hero, it has peripetia and anagnorisis, it has catharsis. So what is peripetia? What is peripetia? Reversal, correct. What is anagnorisis? Discovery, correct. Discovery. Now tell us who wrote Medea, Hippolytus. Remember, Hippolytus is the story of Desire Under the Ems by Eugene O'Neill. Right? Yes, Hippolytus, the Trojan women. It is indeed Euripides, correct. Euripides, the Bacchae, Euripides. Euripides was a tragedy writer or comedy writer? Tragedian. Who is the writer of comedies? Aristophanes. Devika, Aristophanes wrote old comedies. Tell Devika who wrote new comedies?
New comedy. Yes.
Menander. Menander wrote new comedies. Correct. Aristophanes' plays. Which are the plays of Aristophanes? Frogs, wasps, birds, clouds. That's right. Lysistrata. Lysistrata has a man or a woman as protagonist? A woman. She's stopping the Peloponnesian War. She's telling all the women of Athens, stop giving sexual favors to men. Let us defeat them. Let them stop war. Wow. Yes, that is so good. Now, to stop war, that is. Okay, we come to Rome. Okay, in Rome, who is the author, who is the father of pastoral poetry? Father of pastoral poetry? Virgil. In Greece, there was also Theocritus. Theocritus and Virgil are fathers of pastoral poetry, right? Very good. Which is the epic by Virgil? The Aeneid. It was an influence on all the British epics. Dear friends, all the British epics. Okay, now you have to tell Devika something else. What did Horace as well as Archibald MacLeish write? What did Horace as well as Archibald MacLeish, both of them, write? Yes, it is Ars Poetica. Ars Poetica is a book by Horace. It is also by Archibald MacLeish. Very good. Which is that famous book in 100 cantos? Dante's Divine Comedy. Did you know in European literature, there is a novelist in Russia who wanted to write something like Divine Comedy, but he did not write the third part. He burned the second part. He wrote only the first part. Who is that? Modeled on Divine Comedy, Nikolai Gogol, who wrote Dead Souls. Gogol, who wrote Dead Souls, which is Chaucer's work based on Divine Comedy. Chaucer's work based on Divine Comedy. House of Fame. Because there also the character is going from here to there. He's going House of Fame, right? Right. Gogol, Gogol. Okay. Gokul is an Indian. Gogol is a Russian.
In namesake, in Gokul is in namesake, Jumba Lahiri.
Yes. In Jumba Lahiri's namesake, there is Gogol. What is his real name? Another name? Is there another other name? Nikhil. Correct. Nikhil. Correct. Okay. Devika, when you are ready to ask, you can tell me, okay?
Okay.
Who is the father of, I'm still in the Renaissance period. We have to move on from there. Who's the father of humanism? Who wrote Africa? That's right. It is Petrarch.
Petrarch.
Yes, Petrarch. Who is the author of Decameron? Easy peasy. Decameron. It is Boccaccio. Boccaccio's Decameron is set during the dash. Boccaccio's Decameron is set during the 30 Years' War? 100 Years' War? No, Plague. Correct. Plague. Which is the European play set during the 30 Years' War? European play. By Brecht. Mother Courage and Her Children. Mother Courage and Her Children is set during the 30 Years' War. Okay. Who died in the same year as Shakespeare? He was born on the same day as Shakespeare, and he wrote a parody of chivalric romance. He died in the same year as Shakespeare, born on the same day as Shakespeare. His birthday is World Book Day. Marlowe was not, he did not die in the same year as Shakespeare. Marlowe did not write a parody of chivalric romance. Cervantes, Don Quixote. Cervantes' Don Quixote or Don Quixote is a parody of chivalric romance. What is the name of Cervantes' companion? Sancho Panza. Sancho Panza. Okay. Which 18th century novelist in Britain was influenced by Cervantes a lot? It was 18th century novelist Tobias Smollett. Where was 18th century Samuel Butler? Samuel Butler is 17th century. Tobias Smollett. Hudibras, you're right. In the 17th century, Hudibras also was influenced by Cervantes. You are right. Who wrote Gargantua and Pantagruel? Gargantua and Pantagruel. It is Rabelais. Rabelais. And Bakhtin wrote about Rabelais, Rabelais and his world. Okay. Gargantua and Pantagruel is by Rabelais. R-A-B-E-L-A-I-S. R-A-B-E-L-A-I-S. All right. Devika, do you know who is Jean-Baptiste Poquelin? Otherwise, our students will tell us. Jean-Baptiste Poquelin.
This Molière.
Molière, the father of comedy, French comedy. Molière is right. Molière is the author of Tartuffe, The Misanthrope, The Imaginary Invalid, The School for Wives. Did you know when he was enacting one of these protagonist roles, he died? Which play he was enacting? The Imaginary Invalid. What an irony, right? He had lots of diseases and he died when he was enacting The Imaginary Invalid. Okay. Whose pen name is Voltaire? Whose pen name is Voltaire? It is François-Marie Arouet. François-Marie Arouet. Okay, tell us. Yes, Devika?
Yes, ma'am, please. No, can I ask questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
I was going to ask one question last. What are the works by Voltaire? Tell Devika and me. Candide, L'Ingénu. Right. He also wrote lots of letters about English people, okay? Then Zadig, Z-A-D-I-G. Okay. Devika, your turn.
Okay, since we are going for Europe, I'll start from each country. Moving on with Italy, you know, who wrote the Divine Comedy? Easy questions. Yes, Dante. Since we have already discussed Virgil, Virgil actually guides Dante through two places. Which are the two spaces through which Virgil guides him? Yes, Hell and Purgatory. Then what about the next place, Paradise? Virgil guides Dante through Hell and Purgatory, whereas Beatrice, yes, he guides through the Paradise. Correct. Then let me ask you from France. We have Montaigne from France. What is he famous for? Essays. Okay. Can I ask you, Of Cannibals is one of his famous essays. And which place or country does he specifically talk about of cannibals in the essay Of Cannibals? Yes.
WYQ.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. And he's actually also known as Montague is also known as the foundational person of dash kind of essays. Yes, personal essays. Correct. He's also known for personal essays. Yes. Then let me ask you, who wrote the work, The Prince? The Prince? Of course, it's an Italian person, Machiavelli. Okay. We know he wrote Prince. Actually, in Marlowe's work, The Jew of Malta, in prologue, that was question. Yes, the Jew of Malta, the prologue, Machiavellian the character appears. He is the one who is saying the prologue in Jew of Malta. Yes. My next question is, who is the creator of French classical tragedy? Who is the creator of French classical tragedy? Starts with C. Corneille, right? Corneille is the creator of French classical tragedy.
Molière is a comedy writer. Corneille and Racine are tragedy writers.
Corneille, correct.
Let's see, this is what Corneille wrote. L-E-C-I-D.
Yes. Then one more question. In Praise of Folly, who wrote it? It is In Praise of Folly, very correct. Erasmus.
The Dutch scholar, wrote In Praise of Folly or Moray Encomium. Good, very good. Okay, let me ask for some time then.
Yes.
Yeah. So, which is the treatise by Rousseau on education? Which is the treatise on education by Rousseau? It is indeed Emile. What is the sequel? Sophie, that's right. Fyodor Dostoevsky or Leo Tolstoy? Who was born first? Dostoevsky, because they might ask chronology questions. Dostoevsky, 1821. Leo Tolstoy, 1828. Okay. In which novel of Leo Tolstoy do you see a man slowly dying and a boy taking care of him? A man is slowly dying and a boy is taking care of him. The Death of Ivan Ilyich. The Death of Ivan Ilyich. I-L-Y-I-C-H. The Death of Ivan Ilyich. Right. In which novel do you have Wronski, Steva, these characters? Yes, they are indeed, Anna Karenina. How does Anna die? She jumped in front of a train. Towards the end of his life, Leo Tolstoy wrote about what? Was it politics? Was it philosophy? It was religion, Christianity. He wrote about Christianity. Who wrote Leo Tolstoy and the Fool? It is George Orwell, correct, George Orwell. With which Indian did Tolstoy write a few letters, exchange a few letters? Tagore or Mahatma Gandhi? Will you check it out? Mahatma Gandhi? I have the feeling, no, it is Tagore only. Tagore is there. Mahatma Gandhi is not there. Taraknath, yes. Tagore is there, but I suddenly got the feeling that he wrote Mahatma Gandhi also. Maybe not. Yes. Okay. Now tell me, we were talking about Invisible Man of Ralph Ellison. Invisible Man of Ralph Ellison. Like that, what is the novel? Gandhi was inspired by Tolstoy. Correct. True, you are right. Which is the work by Dostoevsky that inspired Ralph Ellison? Invisible Man. Notes from the Underground. Okay. If you want to ask, you can tell me, Devika, okay?
Oh, yeah, I can.
You can, then ask.
Yes. Okay, everyone, can you say who wrote Madame Bovary? Madame Bovary? Yeah, we know it's Gustave Flaubert. Correct. Then our Julian Barnes, he has written a work which is published in 1984, where the main character visits France and searches for stuffed parrots that inspired Gustav Flaubert. Do you know the work? Julian Barnes? Yes, it is Flaubert's Parrot, published in 1984. I hope you know Julian Barnes got the Man Booker Prize in which year? 2011. For which work? The Sense of an Ending. Okay, correct. So since I talked about prizes, you know, Nobel Prize, some European Nobel Prize winners. When did Albert Camus receive the Nobel Prize? Yes, 1957. Albert Camus received for in the year 1957. Just okay. Then what about Sartre? When did he receive? Did he received, or what was the controversy around Jean-Paul Sartre? Yes, he rejected or he refused the Nobel Prize. He is from France, and he actually was given in 1964. Great. What about who wrote Dr. Faustus? We all know it is Marlowe, but there is another person who wrote Dr. Faustus. Yes, Thomas Mann. Correct. Thomas Mann. Thomas Mann, he received Nobel Prize in which year? 1929. Yes, 1929. Correct. So Thomas Mann received 1929. And actually, when we connected it with Indian literature, Thomas Mann too transposed head. That was actually acted as an inspiration for which work? Yes, Girish Karnad, Hai Vedana. Very great. Yes, correct. Then who wrote The Magic Mountain? Who wrote The Magic Mountain? Okay, correct. It is again Thomas Mann. Correct. Then let me ask you one more question.
Death in Venice also by Thomas Mann.
Yes. Correct.
Death in Venice.
Death in Venice. Then who actually coined the term surrealist? Who coined the term surrealist?
Guillaume Apollinaire.
Yes, Guillaume.
In the play The Breasts of Tiresias.
Yes, correct. Then I will give you actually a few artists or people's name. You have to tell me which movement they are associated with. Like say, for example, Edward Munch. Is he associated with naturalism or expressionism? Edward Munch, Munch. Correct. Edward Munch is associated with
Impressionism, right? Monk.
Okay.
Impressionism, I think.
Impressionism. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
No, Expressionism. You're right.
Expressions.
Yeah. Monet is Impressionism. You're right. Edward Monk is
Edward Monk, Expressionism. Yeah, the paintings and all, you know. What about Charles Baudelaire? Charles Baudelaire is associated with Symbolism. Okay, if Charles Baudelaire is associated with Symbolism, where is he from? Charles Baudelaire. He's a Spanish person. Spain. Is he from Spain, Germany, France? Yes, he's from France. Correct. Then what?
Flowers of Evil. Fleur du Mal or the Flowers of Evil.
Yes. Okay, then let me ask you. Yeah, The Flowers of Evil. When was it published? Charles Baudelaire wrote The Flowers of Evil. When was it published? Or was it published after or before Pablo Neruda's Canto General? Edward Munch, Expressionism. Correct. Charles Baudelaire, The Flowers of Evil, and Pablo Neruda's Canto General. Which was published first? Yes, obviously Charles Baudelaire, The Flowers of Evil, because it was in 1857. What about Pablo Neruda's Canto General? Many years later, 1950. Okay. Oh, correct.
Shall I?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. There is a short story writer who wrote plays like Uncle Vanya, The Seagull. Do you know him? Anton Chekhov. He also wrote The Cherry Orchard. The Cherry Orchard is very famous. Ranevskaya, huge, humongous cherry orchard is being auctioned off. It is about the downfall of the aristocracy. Okay, right. You might know this also. The author of Miss Julie, A Dream Play, The Ghost Sonata. Miss Julie, A Dream Play, The Ghost Sonata. Ghost Sonata is about a man entering a rich flat and seeing that all the people there are actually dead inside. A dream play has Indra's daughter Agnes as a character. It is August Strindberg, correct. August Strindberg. And we have the character Berenger, Berenger, in some place, written by one man. Yes, Eugene Ionesco. Berenger is a recurring character in Eugene Ionesco's plays. Rhinoceros, the chairs, MAD, chairs, Berenger is not there. But Rhinoceros and MAD, he's there. He also wrote, Ionesco also wrote Bald Soprano, Exit the King. Yeah. Ionesco is from which country? Ionesco, he is Romanian. Romanian, not Rome, but Romania. Romania. Okay? Right. Our Devika was asking you about Thomas Mann. I wanted to ask you, Hans Castorp is a protagonist in which of his novels? Devika mentioned The Magic Mountain, then Dr. Faustus. Thomas Mann also wrote Buddenbrooke's Death in Venice. Yeah, what is the name of the protagonist? In which novel do you have Hans Castorp? It's a PYQ, that's why I'm asking. It is in The Magic Mountain, correct. And in Death in Venice, it is Aschenbach. Aschenbach. Okay, tell me, Before the Law, this is also a PYQ. Before the Law is a parable that comes within one novel. Which novel? Before the Law is a parable that comes within which novel? The Trial by Kafka. The Trial by Kafka. Kafka wrote in the penal dash. In the penal dash. Colony. In the penal colony is a very major work by Kafka. Shall I ask you some net style questions? I want to ask you some net style questions. Don't think that whatever we are asking is not helpful for net, because for, of the points that we set together will be put together in a statement type or assertion reason type question, right? So whatever, you will be able to answer net style questions only if you know things thoroughly. When you don't even know who wrote what and all these things, then net will be actually very difficult. So that is why we are drilling in the foundations. If you know the basic foundations only, you will be able to answer the questions in net. That is why. Okay, don't think I'm making a mistake or anything. No, not at all. Okay. The Castle by Kafka is an unfinished narrative, a recursive quest, true or false? The Castle by Kafka is an unfinished narrative, a recursive quest. Yes, it is true. The Trial, I'm going to say statements. You can tell me whether they are true or false. The Trial is a linear resolution of legal guilt. Wrong. Why are you saying true? There is nothing linear there. There is no resolution there. Only legal, one element, one word is there that is applicable. Everything else is wrong. See, you don't know basics thoroughly, then you make these mistakes. It is not at all linear. It is haywire. And also, resolution is not there. Nothing is resolved at the end. So pay attention now. From now on, pay attention. Then you will be able to get it right. Okay? The Metamorphoses by Kafka is a third-person omniscient narration with internal focalization. Correct or wrong? Think and answer. Even before I say, how can you answer? Think. This mistake you shouldn't make in the exam. Listen. I didn't say what you said is wrong. I just said think and answer. Third, once more I will repeat. The Metamorphoses is a third-person omniscient narration with internal focalization. It is correct. Third person it is. Omniscient narration it is. And it has focus on the inner life of Gregor Samsa. Okay, that is correct. Correct. In the penal colony is stream of consciousness narration. True or false? In the penal colony is stream of consciousness narration. True or false? Kafka never ever used a stream of consciousness. He only used very plain, matter-of-fact, dry, omniscient narration. Okay? Did you get that? This is how they ask simple questions and you will... Don't do that. Now you know. I am only asking you questions because it will help you remember better. Kafka never wrote stream of consciousness. He wrote very dry, omniscient narration, detached the style it was. It was not subjective, emotive, ever. Okay? All right. Now let me ask you another question from Kafka. Devika, Kafka is confusing enough, so it is easy to ask such statement type questions. Even if we say a straightforward question, it will be confusing. Not because of my merit, because of Kafka's merit. Okay. Gregor Samsa's transformation into an insect. We know it happened in Metamorphosis. What does it symbolize? What does it symbolize? I will give you options. Literal punishment for disobedience. True or false? Literal punishment for disobedience. False. There was no disobedience. Okay. Enlightenment through metamorphosis. True or false? False. Through metamorphosis, there is no enlightenment. Alienation from capitalist society and family. Yes. Alienation from capitalist society and family is correct. Yes. Devika, do you want to ask something? And then again, I will ask.
Okay, sure, ma'am. Okay, since ma'am have asked you who have written Leah, Tolstoy and the Fool, you have answered it is George Orwell. So then who wrote this work? Just give me a second. Okay, that question is gone. No problem. I'll ask you another question. Who wrote Problems of Dostoevsky's Poetics? Who wrote The Problems of Dostoevsky's Poetics? Yes, the Russian literary theorist Mikhail Bakhtin. Great. Okay, then let me ask you, this is a work, yes, this is a work written in 1922. You have to identify the work. It is dedicated to Romain Rolland and Wilhelm Gundert. This happens in ancient India. Exactly, it is Siddhartha. Who wrote Siddhartha? Hermann Hesse. Yes, Hermann Hesse is a German-born Swiss poet. Correct. Yes. Okay. How is Gautam Buddha referred to in this novel? How is... Yeah, it is Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse. Yeah, he's... Gautam Buddha is referred to as Gotama. G-O-T-A-M. Gotama. Okay, correct. Yes. Okay, Harry Haller. He's a protagonist in which of Hermann Hesse works? This is actually a combination of autobiography. It has a lot of autobiographical elements of Mr. Hermann Hesse. Which is this work? Which is which do have autobiographical elements, which the protagonist is Harry Haller. He has split personality. Very great. It is Stephen Wolfe. Steppenwolf of in 1927. Correct. Yes. And Hermann Hesse is part of what movement? Or yes, he was more actually into he was born into theological background, right? So my next question is Franz Kafka, as ma'am has mentioned, Franz Kafka and August Strindberg. They are part of which movement? Are they part of expressionism, naturalism, realism? In a way, they are also part of expressionism, right, ma'am?
Expressionism, because existentialism came after Kafka. Kafka was a pre-existentialist who, yeah.
Yes. So, ma'am told that George Samsa, he was part of, he was a character in Metamorphosis. Then what? Gregor Samsa, sorry. He was part of the work Metamorphosis in 1950. And my question is, who is the protagonist of the work, The Trial? Who is the protagonist of the work, The Trial? It is, K or Joseph K. Yes.
No, Joseph K is in Trial, K is in Castle. Joseph K in Trial, K in Castle.
Okay. So Joseph K is the protagonist in the work, The Trial. He's an ambitious CFO of a bank. Yes. Okay. And this happens on which event? It happens on which of his birthday? 30th birthday, right? Yes, yes, yes. And how does this end? What is the ending, or when is the ending? What is the end of K?
Exactly after 1 year.
Yes, 1 year. It is on the eve of, so the plot starts on his 30th birthday and it ends on the eve of 31st birthday. Yes. And what are his last words? What are his last words? K's last words. Like a dog. Like a dog. Like a dog. Okay. Correct.
Can I ask for some time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You might know who wrote Nausea, the novel, The Flies. Do you know who wrote the play Dirty Hands? Dirty Hands. One man is asked to kill somebody else. It is the same man, Jean-Paul Sartre. Jean-Paul Sartre wrote the play Dirty Hands. Okay. Tell me whether these statements are true or false. Sartre's plays are often labeled as philosophical theatre. Let this be assertion. Reason. Sartre uses drama to explore existentialist themes such as freedom, responsibility. Yes, yeah. So Sartre's plays are, both statements are correct. And R is the explanation of A, we can say. So Sartre's plays are often called philosophical theatre, correct? And he uses drama. In which play of Sartre do you have the line, hell is other people? Hell is other people. It is in No Exit. No Exit, where people are trapped inside a room without possibility of going out. Okay. Nausea is a novel showing the ontological horror of the character Roquentin. Is it correct? The protagonist Roquentin's ontological horror is what you see in Nausea. Is it correct? Yes, it is correct. It is a novel of ontological horror. Being and Nothingness is a novel depicting ontology of consciousness and freedom. Is it correct? Being and Nothingness is a novel depicting ontology of consciousness and freedom. It is so easy to trick you. To say big, I just have to say big words and you will say, yes, yes, correct. It is not a novel. It is a non-fiction work. Being and Nothingness is not a novel. It is a book-length essay. Yeah, it's a non-fiction work. It is about ontology of consciousness and freedom. Correct. Dirty Hands, yes, is by, I told you na, Sartre. It's a play by Sartre. Okay. So who wrote The Fall? The Fall, F-A-L-L. The Rebel, Albert Camus, correct. Albert Camus wrote Myth of Sisyphus, The Outsider or the Stranger, The Plague, The Fall, isn't it? The Plague has an epigraph taken from? The Plague has an epigraph taken from? Robinson Crusoe, PYQ. Robinson Crusoe, PYQ. Okay. Camus rejected the label of existentialist, even though he wrote existential themes. True or false? It is true. Camus rejected the label of existentialism. That is true. He saw that, existentialism or absurdity should be for revolt, he thought. Right? Okay. Collective solidarity is depicted by Camus in which work? Collective solidarity is depicted by Camus in which work? Easy to guess. The Plague. Everybody coming together and fighting against the plague, isn't it? Right. Let me ask you a question. You are bound to make a mistake, so be careful. I guess I can foretell that you will make a mistake, so be careful, please. In the myth of Sisyphus, what does Camus propose as the proper response to the absurd? Okay, I made this question for you. In the myth of Sisyphus, what does Camus propose as the proper response to the absurd? Option A, faith in a higher order. True or false? False. No faith. Existential despair. I will give you 2, 3, 4. Existential despair, suicide, revolt. Revolt or conscious acceptance. Existential despair, suicide, revolt or conscious acceptance. It is revolt or conscious acceptance. I knew you would say suicide because he talks about suicide at the beginning of the essay. That doesn't mean that is a solution to absurdity. Okay? Existential despair. Despair is only going to destroy us. That is what Camus thought. Camus did not believe, he was not a negative, pessimist. Camus was a rebel. He was a fighter. He believed that revolt or conscious acceptance, don't blindly accept. Consciously, if you want, you accept. But without thinking, without knowing, don't accept. That is absurdity. Clear, everybody? It is not existential despair. It is not suicide. Okay, now one more question. In The Stranger, Mersault kills an Arab for no reason. Okay? Mersault kills a man for no reason. Why does he say he did it? Option A, he was defending himself. Option B, he was protecting his friend. I know, he did it for his friend. 3, the sun was in his eyes. 4, he says he's going insane. Which of these is true? Yeah, the sun was in his eyes is the answer. The sun is like a character in The Outsider. The sun is beating down everywhere. The sun is doing things in that novel. The sun and the heat is like a character in that novel. And he says the sun, he constantly talks about sweat running into his eyes. And the sun was in his eyes. That is why he said it, it seems. Okay, Devika, do you want to ask?
Sure, ma'am. Okay. So, who is the Italian dramatist who received Nobel Prize in Literature in 1934? He's an Italian dramatist. He's known for absurdist meta theaters. It is Louis Pirandello. So, Louis Pirandello, he received Nobel in 1934.
Luigi Pirandello.
Luigi Pirandello received Nobel Prize in 1934. Okay. My question is, which work is he very famous for? Yes, 6 characters in search of an author. 6 characters in search of an author. So, just say this is whether it is true or false. Does this play has a play within it? Yes, this play has a play within it. Can you name the play that is being played within this? Mixing it up, right? So, the acting company.
Rules of the game. Two
Yes.
options. In some versions, it is mixing it up. In some versions, it is rules of the game.
Rules of the game or mixing it up. Yes. Then my question is, can you name some of the characters who are in the family? The 6 characters in search of an author. Who are these 6 characters? Yeah, there is a father, mother, son, stepdaughter, boy, father, mother, son. Then there is a stepdaughter, a child. Then there is another boy. Right, ma'am? Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. Then my next question is, who is associated with epic theatre? Who is associated with epic theatre? He's a German poet. Yeah, one of the people who is involved is epic theater is Bertolt Brecht. We have Piscator, as many of you mentioned, Mayakovsky. Yeah, lot many. Okay. Then what we all know that Mother Courage and the Children. It has an Andy Worthy. When was Mother Courage and the Children written? By Bertolt Brecht. It is written in 1939. I mean, yeah, it was premiered in 1939. It was set, as ma'am has mentioned this question, during which period it was being set? Mother Courage and the Children. Yeah, during the 30 years of war. Correct, during the 30 years of war. One more question from this area. Mother Courage and the Children. What is the name of the mother? What is the name of the mother in Mother Courage and the Children? It is Anna Fairley. Yes, Anna Fairley. Correct. Then let me ask you whether the Caucasian chalk circle, the Caucasian,
Caucasian chalk circle.
Okay, sorry, the Caucasian chalk circle. Is it an epic theater or is it part of an epic theater or not? Yes, and yeah, there are two stories. Okay, yes, it is part of epic theater, and it talks about two stories. Can you name whose all stories are being mentioned in that play? There are two stories in the chalk circle, which are the stories of, yeah, it is part of epic theater. The Caucasian chalk circle, 1944, is the story of Gurusha and Astak. Gurusha and Astak. Yes, it is part of epic theater. Okay. Then
Shall
there
I
is
tell them
another
the story. They might not know the story. Shall I tell them the story?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, in the Caucasian chalk circle, after the Second World War, there are two people who are claiming the same land. Okay, one set of people are the goat herders. So they will only destroy the land because the goat will eat the plants and destroy. The other set of people are the fruit growers. They are planning to cultivate the land, irrigate the land, grow fruit. And there is a debate between the two. And then it is decided that the fruit growers will, it is obvious that they are the better people. They are going to, get the land. Yes. And then one of the characters, I don't remember the name of the character. One of the characters, the narrator he comes and says that he is going to enact a play, the play within the play. It is the chalk circle. The play is the chalk circle. It is originally a Chinese play, and he's going to enact it. In the play within the play, there is a coup d'etat or a civil war. And a governor and his wife, they die or they flee or something. The governor dies, I think. The wife flees, and their child is left with a servant girl. The servant girl is Grusha, that Devika just mentioned. Grusha is the servant girl, and she brings up the child as her own child. And then years later, the child's mother comes, and the mother wants the child. So this ancient biblical, in King Solomon's story, this is there. One chalk line is drawn, and the child is put in the middle, and both mothers have to pull from both ends. Whoever pulls the child, will get. That is the thing. So the real mother will not pull the child and cause hurt to the child. It will not hurt the child, isn't it? Like that. So that is how Solomon solved the case. So like that, here also, the mother is declared as the servant girl because the other one pulled it. So what the play means is that whatever belongs to you, you will get it. The land, it is an issue of land. It doesn't matter whether you are rich or poor or big or small or what. If the land belongs to you, then you should have it. It is a very important political statement that is, made here. All these plays are very strong political satires that he wrote. The Good Woman of Szechuan is a story set in China again. Szechuan or Szechuan. One woman is very good, and the gods are very happy with her. The gods give her a lot of money. Her name is Shente, I think. And she builds a a shop where she is helping everybody and she is giving food and things at a very small price and all that. But people take advantage immediately. They will come and stay there and they take advantage of her goodness. And Shente is in big trouble because she can't run the shop. One day, Shente's cousin, Shui, something like that. Shuita. Shente's cousin Shuita comes. And Shente was not there at that time. Shuita drives everybody away. He is very strict and he is, bringing discipline in the Shweta nahi, Shuita. Not Shweta. So everybody is now disciplined. The shop is running in good order. So in between, sometimes Shente is there, otherwise Shuita is there. At the end only we know that it was actually her male part. She was in disguise. It was her male alter ego, like you said. She was herself changing because she understands that being good is not going to help. So she herself changed her demeanor and came and taught everybody a lesson. That is the story. Amazing. I love that play. He also wrote Life of Galileo and then Three Penny Opera, right? Wonderful. I wanted to ask a question when Devika was asking you about Mother Courage. Mother Courage is exploiting the war and she's making money out of it. And one of her children, he's a soldier. He is killing people in the war. But after the war, outside the war, when he does violence, he's arrested for it. So in the war, it is permissible. Outside the war, it becomes criminality. He's arrested and killed for it. Who is that character? Aleph. Aleph. That's a very important statement in the play. Isn't it? So it's about government-sanctioned violence. When government says it's okay, you go kill, then you are all heroes. But if you kill on your own accord, even if it is for self-defense, you might be put to death. Look at the injustice of it. Aleph. Okay, there are 3 children. Aleph, Swiss cheese, and Catherine or Katrina. Aleph, Swiss cheese, and Katrina. Okay, Life of Galileo, I didn't tell you. It is about the conflict between science and authority only. Because Galileo, was put to house arrest. Yeah. Let me ask you one exam style question. What does Brecht's Verb from Dum's effect aim to achieve? Okay. What does Brecht's Verb from Dum's effect or alienation effect aim to achieve? Is it emotional catharsis or passive empathy with the protagonist or critical detachment? There should be no empathy. It is critical detachment. Okay, emotions are not allowed in epic theatre. Empathy not allowed. It is critical detachment. Right. Brechtian epic theatre was against which theatre? Aristotle's dramatic theatre. It was against Aristotle's dramatic theatre. One more thing, as I was listening to Devika, I wanted to tell you, Pirandello's 6 Characters in Search of an Author is part of a trilogy. And the trilogy has an interesting title, Theatre in the Theatre. Trilogy is called Theatre in the Theatre. So we have 6 Characters in Search of an Author. Tonight we improvise, and also Each in His Own Way. Okay, 6 Characters in Search of an Author. Tonight we improvise, each in his own way. It reads like one sentence, so easy to remember. 6 Characters in Search of an Author. Tonight we improvise. Let's tonight improvise, each in his own way. Easy to remember, isn't it? 6 characters. 6 Characters in Search of an Author. Tonight we improvise, each in his own way. Oh, you're asking who wrote 6 Characters in Search of an Author after listening to Ramayana? It is Luigi Pirandello, Luigi. Just take a look at her material, Luigi Pirandello. Devika, do you want to ask more?
Yes, ma'am. Some few questions.
And then I'll wind up with some exam style statements.
Okay, ma'am. So this, you have to say which novel it is. It is about a passionate feeling between a grown man towards a pubescent girl. And this was really controversial.
And
Yes.
it begins like Lolita.
Lolita, 1955. Who wrote it? Who wrote it? Lolita? Yes, Vladimir Nabokov. Okay. This another novel that I'm talking. So Vladimir Nabokov, Lolita, 1955, between a elderly man and a pubescent girl. Okay. The next question is, this story is a murder mystery. This is the very first novel of that writer. This happens in a monastery in Italy. It is actually murder mystery. The main character is William of Baskerville. Yeah, something related to this. That's a clue given by ma'am. So this happens in Italy. Character is William Baskerville, and they arrive at a monastery for a debate. Then they see a lot of crime.
What are they saying? Hound of the Baskervilles.
This
No,
was published in 1980.
written by Umberto Eco.
Yeah, written by Umberto Eco. Yes, it is. He's best known for, yeah, The Name of the Rose, finally. The Name of the Rose, 1980, was written by Umberto Eco. Yes. Yep. Then I will ask you a little more some works. You have to say who wrote it. Who wrote If on a Winter's Night a Traveler? If on a Winter's Night a Traveler. It is by, yes, very correct. Italo Calvino. Italo Calvino, If on a Winter's Night a Traveler, published in 1979. 1979. Correct. Then my last question would be, yes. What should I ask? Yeah, so Sorba the Greek. It's a very famous one. Sorba the Greek, 1946 work. Who wrote it? Of course, the protagonist is Sorba. Sorba the Greek, 1946 work. It's about a passionate lover.
He is Greek.
Yeah, Sorba the Greek. Who wrote it? Nikos? Yes, very correct. Nikos Kazantzakis. Right, ma'am? Nikos
Right.
Kazantzakis. Nikos. Nikos Kazantzakis wrote Sorba the Greek, 1946, just before our independence.
That's right.
Just before Salman Rushdie was born.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so Devika was telling you about If on a Winter's Night a Traveler. What happened there? You, the reader, is beginning to read a novel only to discover that the novel is incomplete. So you want to get a new copy, but that also is an incomplete novel, and then he's searching for that novel. That is how that novel is told. Okay, which is the novel by Italo Calvino, which is structured like a conversation between Marco Polo and Kubla Khan. Novel by Italo Calvino, structured like a conversation between Marco Polo and Kubla Khan. Marco Polo is describing 55 cities, each with a woman's name. That's right, invisible cities. These cities, which of these is not true? Okay, which of these sentences are not true about invisible cities? I'm saying a few sentences. These cities are not literal places, but metaphors for human experience and memory. True or false? These cities are not literal places, but metaphors for human experience and memory. Okay. Next question, next sentence. The cities blur into one another, reflecting different facets of a single day. Could it be right? True, that is also true. Okay. This has a very linear plot, unlike the other novel. True or false? This novel has a very linear plot, unlike If on a Winter's Night a Traveler. True or false? It is absolutely false. It is not a linear plot. Just because I say it with such a realistic touch, as if I'm saying the truth. You should not take me for granted. You blindly should not believe me. What? This novel has a very linear plot, unlike the other novel. Without smiling, I say, and you all say, yes, yes, yes. And I feel like I'm Pied Piper of Hamelin. No, you should not believe anything unconditionally. Okay, did you know? Okay, let me ask you an exam style question. Which postmodern technique is prominently used in If on a Winter's Night, a Traveler? Unreliable narrator, stream of consciousness, fragmented self-referential storytelling. By now, you would have got my pattern. Always the right answer for me is 3. Yes, unreliable narrator sounds very tempting. I want to choose it. And then you say stream of consciousness. Wow, nice. Let me choose that. But then comes fragmented self-referential storytelling. That is the answer. You know it? No. So who wrote Danzig trilogy? Danzig trilogy. Gunther Grass. Gunther Grass. Tin Drum, Cat and Mouse, and Dog Ears. Tin Drum is the story of Oscar Matzerath. Isn't it? Oscar Matzerath. He is a dwarf and he has a piercing scream that can shatter glass. Right? Many of you are thinking, ma'am, it is 10 o'clock, stop. Ma'am, enough, stop. Going to stop. Who asked you to sit here for all the time? This is for you two people who will watch maybe 10 years later. Not now. Okay. Cat and Mouse is about Joachim. Joachim is a man who is played by the society like a mouse. He's the mouse, society is the cat. And then Dog Ears. Okay, Dog Ears. It has 3 parts and 3 perspectives. In Dog Ears, there is a character, I think his name is Walter, who makes scarecrows. He makes scarecrows. Let me check if his name is Walter. Yes, Walter or Edward, one of them. He makes scarecrows. He's a successful scarecrow maker. Did you know that? So that brings us to the end of this breathtaking marathon. Don't think we will sleep at Valat for 4 more days. No. Tomorrow morning, again. If you are tired, build your stamina. We are warriors. Those who are going to war will not say, we are tired. Now stop the war. Let us sleep. If you say that, I will call you Zoom babies, YouTube babies. You should prove that you are not babies. You are warriors.
Miles to go before we sleep.
Yes, miles to go before we sleep. So on that note, let us end. Thank you very much, everyone. You have been amazing. I know that if I was in your place, I wouldn't have sat here answering these questions. After 1 or 2 hours, I would have gone and done something else. Right, Devika?
Yes,
These people are amazing. We are proud of you all. Relax, enjoy. Last time when 1,000 plus people passed, you know, majority of them, what they said? Ma'am, we passed because of the marathon revision. They said that. Okay. So bye-bye. Good night. See you tomorrow.
Okay,
I think tomorrow I may not see you. Day after tomorrow only I'll see you. But because I'll be traveling. But marathon will go on and on and on. Okay. Bye, Devika. Bye, everyone.
Bye,